Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the forum. Thank you for being with us. Today we're going to have a busy day with several panel discussions. We'll go through the discussion panels and special side events during the day. We'll be hosting you in this room and in the room behind that wall. I wish you all an interesting day. So the first panel discussion today is titled Global IT Trends 2025, Navigating the AI Economy. And I invite to the stage the speakers. Marina Junic, she is joining online. She is Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Cloud in Caucasus, Central Asia, South Africa, and Israel. Kirill Sorokin, Consulting Partner, EY Azerbaijan. Amy Peck, Founder and CEO, Endover XR. I'll ask all the speakers to come from my left. Sabir Mardanov, Head of Data and AI from Azercell Telecom. And Ryan Wong, Co-founder and General Partner of Outpost Capital, Managing Partner at Solaris Venture Partners. And to moderate this panel, I invite Tugram Musaeva, Head of Innovations, Pasha Holding.
Yeah. Good morning to everyone, dear panel members. Thank you very much for joining us today. And our focus of discussion probably will be not what AI can do, but rather how we can integrate it in an inclusive and responsible way. And I'm very much excited to hear your ideas. And I would like to start with Amy, since you are in your scope involved into the frontier technology. If you would define the top trends that are gonna influence the way our economy is gonna shape in the upcoming year, at least, what that would be, in your opinion, where we are all going?
Okay, just the on button is always helpful. Well, I think in your opening you touched on, responsible AI. I think that is first and foremost on our minds is how are we deploying this technology responsibly? And then we have, all the buzzwords, right? Agentic AI, AI at the edge. But the most meaningful uses within this AI landscape are going to differ from company to company. And the important thing is to, first of all, build the governance structures within your company. Then the data, companies have vast archives of data, and then they have the dynamic data now, and they need to make sure that those structures are able to be ingested and are cleaned and are useful within the context of their future business. And then when I talk about future business, it's not just about implementing AI immediately and using it for productivity. We know that we can immediately implement certain levels of AI, especially LLMs, for productivity. But really, what is the North Star? So when I work with clients, we talk about parallel paths to innovation. One is using this technology to optimize where we are today. So it's incremental improvement, but it's around automation and agents. It's about optimizing our processes, and even within our buildings, monitoring real-time data to optimize even how we move through space in our building management systems. If you're in manufacturing, accelerating closed-loop optimization and automation in those fields. And, but again, without a North Star, so that's our, we know that technology can solve. So what business problems do you have, and how do we use technology to optimize? The other and harder path is this parallel path to truly a future of what are the products and services of the future, how do we live in the future, and really building a North Star, and I even go beyond a North Star to what our supernova is. Because we have a number of challenges that companies have to take into consideration, which is not just about the economics of their business. It's about addressing ESG and SDGs and where we are going with the planet, and again, responsible products and services. And so with that parallel path, you have to stop and do the exercise of this future vision of where your company is going to be in not 3, 5, 10 years, but in 20, 50, 100 years. And if you're doing that in parallel, AI is going to be a huge component of that, but it's really blending, this convergence of all of the technologies that are going to be part of your solution moving forward.
That's very interesting, actually. What we have been discussing yesterday, that the assumption was that AI would bring more equality, but actually it's somehow also disrupting in a way that the companies and countries which are adopting it earlier are getting the edge, and those which are coming, taking a lag, they're losing the momentum. And from that perspective, what you are saying makes so much sense, having that vision where to go. And when it comes to vision, everyone is looking up to the Silicon Valley as a major source where it all started. And from that perspective, Ryan, my question to you would be that how the investment capital is reacting to this, AI evolution which is happening right now. Is it still in a chaotic investment stage, or we are entering into a more disciplined, rationalized investment? So what is happening there, where the investment money is moving?
Yeah, Tegras, thank you for this question. I think this is actually a very thoughtful question, right? And also, the other way to interpret this particular question is really, are we in an AI bubble or not, right? We all seen from the news that the world, different nations has been spending multi-hundreds of billions, even trillions in artificial intelligence, right? No matter building out the data centers, digital infrastructure side, or just working invest in the startup founder on the AI and innovation side, right? So I think to answer your question, we need to think about things whether in short term or in long term, right? In the short term, what we are seeing is that from the venture capital perspective, billions of dollars are invested, and at the same time, from the infrastructure perspective, right, hundreds of billions of dollars are invested. Now, can these numbers be justified at the end of the day, right? If we look into the numbers, I do think AI is the hottest investment sector. I do think there are too much money chasing too few high quality companies, right? So from a valuation perspective, you might be able to notice that a lot of companies, for example, Figure AI, right? They are pre-product, they are pre-revenue, developing a humanoid robotics, right? The company is already valued at $40 billion, right? And also, the other trend is that nowadays we see more and more what I call as day one unicorn companies. So it's basically a few high-profile founders with a team, with an idea, right? They are able to go out there and raise hundreds of millions of dollars with team, with idea, with no product, with no product market fit as well, right? So I think from all these kind of activities, these are unprecedented phenomena in the venture world. We never had any day one unicorns like 5 years ago, right? It's all new, and it's so much accelerated by the developing AI. And I think from this kind of perspective, we feel like, oh, it does feel there's bubble happening, right? But then if we if we take the timeline a little bit longer, right, to like a 2-3 years horizon, we see, how the success of ChatGPT are able to accumulate, 100 million daily average users within the first 6 months, right? So the growth of AI startups is beyond imagination as well. So AI also has accelerated the pace of development from the startup perspective as well. So can this investment at the end of the day get justified by the hyper growth of these AI startups? I think, currently from the momentum, I would say it's a yes, right? So if we expand the time horizon a little bit and be slightly a little bit more patient with these startups, a lot of things can be justified, right? And also, I also mentioned briefly that hundreds of billions of dollars, even in trillions, are invested in digital infrastructure, data center, right, investing in computation. So in the short term, it's a very high demanding market. It's still a very seller's market, right? So, as soon as new data center is pop up running, we see they have no problem getting all the clients and getting all the revenues inside these projects. Will we heading to an age where too many data centers are built out and there are so much abundant computation that we may, as a human civilization, is like we may never be able to consume so much computation. That could potentially be a possibility in the future, but I don't think the possibility is very high, because with more efficient computation, we will see a huge amount of demand on the AI side as well, right? On the demand side. So I think eventually, if I would bet my money on, I would bet we are not in a bubble at the moment, especially from a long-term horizon.
There is a feeling that at the start, when we were investing in startups, specifically early stage, there's always the element of luck, because the idea may be there, the team may be there, but still things may or may not happen. But with AI, it's sort of the uncertainty increased even more. So no one knows, which of these companies are going to make or not going to make, and significantly investing into every single opportunity, not to miss any chance. And although they are starting in sort of a gray zone, as you're mentioning, infrastructure is still yet to be built to catch up with that scale, and the policy also, because it's still the regulations and how we are going to be regulating it. It's also at the early stage. And with that, I would like, Marina, I don't know if you can hear us, if you are with us. Hello. Hope that
I'm following the discussion avidly.
Yeah. And what we started discussion with Ryan is that it's not only ideas, but it's also the infrastructure and the regulation which should go and develop hand in hand. And from that perspective, I would like to hear your opinion about how the governments are reacting, and what is the major challenges in terms of developing policies to regulate how AI is being adopted, and because it turned into the nervous system of the economies. It's no more a tech, idea. It's no more something which is high-tech solution. So what do you observe there? What are your observations? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so sorry not to be able to join you offline. I rarely miss opportunity to come to Baku, but this time I have to be several thousand miles away. I actually would like to argue that we are seeing effects of AI on the governance, on the public sector, and as a citizen, first of all, I think I'm appreciating the promise and some already existing successful cases of AI, which are increasing security, in citizen interactions, cutting down on excessive paperwork or excessive, communication with the frontline workers in municipalities, etc. The regulation is paramount, and the fixing regulation in order to accelerate AI for digital transformation across the governments is a paramount task. And at Google, we are approaching it holistically. We are working with a lot of governments across the world. And I think we're approaching this from the standpoint of several pillars that are necessary, that we think necessary to enable digital transformation in the governance. Of course, it's physical capital. You need to have infrastructure. You need to have secure infrastructure in order to be able to benefit from the AI promise. You need to have human capital. And this is where all the efforts are still not enough. Upskilling, the skills deficit that I think we're seeing across the globe is still very, very obvious in terms of necessary skills to deploy, design and deploy and sustain AI responsibly. Policy mismatch, the necessary regulations. Cloud-first policy is a tip of the iceberg. We keep promoting it. We keep promoting the approach according to which governments need to first think of cloud infrastructure before they would be thinking of, on-premise infrastructure. But it's not enough. There are many policies that need to be shaped, that need to be changed in order to unlock this opportunity. And basically supportive, non-contradictory regulatory environment is still desired and is still not an overwhelming reality, I think, across the globe. And the first good thing that the governments can do is a comprehensive review of existing laws, not only specifically digital laws like employment or consumer protection, not speaking obviously of data protection and sovereignty requirements. And this is what some governments are already doing, and Google is participating in helping this. But basically, a national comprehensive scaling plan is some immediate task that I can see many governments in my remit undertaking. And that's, this is something that is badly needed. And this is something that can move us forward.
Thank you so much. And you have touched a very important point, saying that it will depend on how fast we will be able to adopt the technology, cloud technologies, but on the other hand, the human factor, because at the end of the day, it will be the adoption on the human side, on the human behavior. And from that, developing that a bit further, I would like to address a question to Sabir, who has been leading AI and digital transformation in many different geographies, is that when it comes to corporates, what are the challenges in terms of AI adaptation there? Is it human factor? Is it technology? Where do you see, what is it that will help the companies to move from experimenting with AI to delivering actual business impacts?
Thank you, Tuhra. That's a great question. And looking from the perspective of a practitioner who's been implementing AI for the last several years, long before it was a Gen AI, right? Before a deep learning, starting with machine learning, I found throughout the years that the universal recipe, those key strategic enablers are sort of the same. It's a strong executive sponsorship, first of all. And I'll touch upon them, a little bit after. So it's a strong executive leadership, it's a product thinking, it's repeatable, reusable data foundations, and it's production-grade, robust MLOps platforms. So those to me would be probably, that minimum bundle for the success. And then the rest, the talent, the people, the change management, compliance, measurements, they would line up behind those. Those are the things that would really help to move from pilots to scalable AI use cases within an organization, right? And if I go back to every one of them, I would say that when it comes to product thinking, it really helps for to the organization, to move from POC to a production-grade deployment, start treating AI as a product. And that implies that, you have the product owners, right? You have the SLAs, you have the roadmaps, And you have the funding, you have the financing, right? And for the financing, you need the strong executive leadership, right? And then going back to repeatable and reusable data foundation, you know, we are repeating it to ourselves every now and again that, you know, garbage in, garbage out, right? And 80% of the AI projects are actually spent on building those data foundation, you know, cleaning the data, the ingestion pipelines, and so on and so forth. But yet again, we repeat the same mistakes, right? And the data is still, after many years, moving from statistical models to machine learning to deep learning and Gen AI today. I guess the data still remains both, you know, as an enabler and actually a barrier to entry into the AI game. So those things to me would be really important to scale AI at organizational level and fully harness the power and the benefits from it.
Thank you so much for saying that. You know, the same very factor can on one hand enable, but on the other hand block, and specifically for this part of the world where the data and keeping it and tracking and in clean way is still a challenge itself, and then developing model on it. Just to develop on this, in your opinion, where are we standing right now if we are accessing the AI adaptation? Is it still efficiency-driven, or we are moving to the cost, you know, understanding how it's going to affect the cost-benefit analysis of the company? So is there any movement there, or we are far away from that yet?
Great question. I love it. You know, so someone coined before the term of boring AI. You know, there is this shiny AI everyone talks about, but the most of the benefits are coming actually from boring AI. So those day-to-day things, little things, I don't know, using AI in a smart way, right? For document processing, for scrapping, for improving, you know, operational tasks. So the true value from AI comes when it fits organically, naturally into existing business and operational workflows, when it integrates with the system. So things like, you know, using AI maybe to drive the data integration, by the way, right? Or using AI as a productivity tool, you know, internal AI assistants, things like that, right? And I still see that the most of the benefits from AI coming from improving efficiency, right? Improving efficiency, so doing more with less, you know, cutting in terms of the hours, or, you know, reinvesting smart. So from that perspective, the way the company should look at their AI portfolio, I believe, right, it's a two-speed portfolio, right? So you have a short to mid-term horizon, and you have a longer-term horizon. So for your short to mid-term horizon part of the portfolio, you want to probably focus on those things that would, you know, automate things or cost outs, you know, like invoice processing and stuff like that. And then midterm, you would move to those growth enablers. So maybe something in customer care, building recommendation engines. And then you would get those efficiency savings, investment savings, and reinvest them back in your longer term portfolio. You know, those creating new AI platforms like Edge AI, or new AI ecosystem, like, for example, building enterprise AI platforms. So that's how I would see it.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for making this division between short term and long term, and showing the results on the short term and using that to feed more long term, you know, project. That's very interesting. And with that, Kirill, if we may, I would like to get your opinion about a more macroeconomic shift that are happening on the competitiveness level, how integration of AI is affecting the way how companies and industry competing between each other. And based on that, based on your observation, what do you think the industries are going to be, what are the industries that are going to be disrupted the most, maybe with AI integration, or going to be, you know, more challenged?
Okay, the question sounds like even longer than should be my answer. Thanks everyone at the first for coming here. I know the weather is not so good and the traffic is stuck, so thanks everyone for coming. It's not like full house, but still we are happy to discuss it in front of you. So talking about the competitiveness. As of now, we can see the shift, I think, on global level. Before that, we were thinking, okay, guys, what is the most powerful company? Let's see about the size. Let's see about the access to financing, to the capital, whatsoever. We, just before this meeting, we discussed with Sabir over the coffee that there are so many cases right now being done in the world regarding the implementation of AI, but the studies show that only 5 to 10% are P&L successful. Let's call it like this, so we've got some return. So how to measure success of AI and how to compete on this market? So first of all, I think there is not anymore so important to be huge corporation with, you know, nice government relationships or whatsoever. You have to be able to learn very fast from and out of your own mistakes. Because again, this 90% who are left aside, it's the super nice, how to say that, lessons learned for us all to see how not to do and probably to see what you can do instead. So I would say that right now, to be competitive in implementing of AI, the best one is that learns fast, the fastest in learning, and who's got the cheapest power bill. Because it's also important, it's not about sustainability, it's about actual cost of working of AI models. They consume lots of electricity, you know. So this is it. About disruption, probably all of you read some articles about who is most disrupted, what professions will fade. I would say that we can see the influence right now and we can see feasible effects, including those 10% of successful AI projects. It's all about, first, energy sector, because they've got all this predictive maintenance, they've got this analytics of the energy demand whatsoever. We've got some back office functions as of finance, for example. They show amazing results in FP&A analytics, in managing the cash, in predicting and forecasting of financial flows. So there are many. And of course, we can see more and more examples such as pharmacy, medical sphere, where they do amazing stuff, guys, amazing. You all read about this, how it was not even physically possible to do something like getting different components working together, because you need billions and billions calculations just to get one idea. Right now it's possible, so it's amazing. Overall, as I said, guys, we need to learn fast. We need to learn faster than we create chaos with this, and we need a cheaper power bill. This is it. Thank you.
And I would like to repeat the question that we have slightly discussed with Sabir and Marino earlier. Where do you see the major challenge? Is it leadership mindset? Is it data infrastructure? Is it human capital in terms of adopting AI in large corporates and organizations?
Obviously, all of this. Guys, as of now, we can feel a huge national museum, I think, with the pilots on AI we already developed. Now, I think it's time for all of the responsible guys to productize what works. So AI implementation should not be some fancy project, as already was said. It should be something that has a link to the P&L, so what the ROI will be on that. It should be supported by whom will do this, who is responsible, as Sabir said, where are the product managers, where is the owner of this module whatsoever. Because if everybody is responsible for AI, it means nobody is responsible for the result, right? So it's the people part. Leadership should be guiding all of the people regarding proper KPIs on implementation of AI, proper set of guidances on integrated approach, not just module by module, let's see how it works in this function, but thinking, everybody does the AI strategies right now, you've seen it. But it's not even about the strategy, vision, mission, etc. It's about the clear roadmap of how we integrate infrastructure, how we integrate data sets, how we clean the data, how we govern it, because without this, it will never fly. So what we should do as of now, management should be setting proper targets. People involved in AI should be totally making the ownership over that and deliver. And all of other people should be engaged, because the studies again showed that you implement some model and you see that after half a year, people still go to ChatGPT because it's more convenient, because it's more useful to them. So people implementing AI should also somehow count what people think about this. Shall they actually use it, or somewhere behind the scenes they will be still using other tools which are more, convenient? So this is it.
Again, we are turning back to the human factor. And with that, I would like to address the question to Amy, that in your opinion, how AI is going to affect the way how the teams are working together, collaborating, creating value. How does this collaboration looks like in the way how you say it?
I'm going to start where you left off, on the human factors and understanding the workflows of your employees. So you've seen this happen before with software, and it's interesting that we look at AI a little bit differently than deploying like an ERP or a new business software, but it is the same. You still have to go through the same process of understanding the workflows within each of the department that you are deploying these new tools. And you can have the best tool in the world if nobody's using it. Obviously, it's going to fall flat. And I do want to go back also to, we're all talking about the data and the value of the data, but I really can't stress the importance, because none of this works without good, strong data and the governance around that data. And to Ryan's point about some of the investment in these AI factories, data centers, there should be a tremendous amount of investment in actually making these lighter weight models that use less compute, that work on the edge, because then you're delivering more dynamic data and it's more secure. One of the things that is concerning to me around us collaborating with AI agents is that as we start to use agents that may be outside of our own organization, we need to understand the provenance of those agents, what their governance standards are, and if we're not building those policies, and Marina, I'm hoping you're nodding behind me, if we're not building those policies internally and at a government level, we're going to have a world of pain. And I'm generally very positive about all technology, but every single thing that we're talking about up here today, all of these initiatives have to be happening in parallel, including for collaboration. There's we talk about human in the loop, but there's also machine in the loop, and the only fundamental difference is the level of automation. And what are those? Where do we need a human in the loop in these highly automated, especially agent to agent optimization structures? And then where are we using AI, and how are we using AI as more of a co-pilot? And those structures and that governance is going to be very fluid. And so leadership has to be fluid as well to be able to consistently be looking at their policies and updating them.
Yeah, so just want to add a quick note on top of Amy, your point. I think, in my part of the world, I do both early stage investment through my venture capital fund and also growth stage, late stage investment through my private equity, right? Now, on the early stage side of the things, it's all about people, right? It's all about the talent, about the startup founders. Because, what's happening is that the industry could shift every day, right? Like, 3 months, 6 months down the road, there's no guarantee that your original idea still works. You still have, the same situation as like 6 months ago, right? So the external environment keep on changing. Maybe tomorrow OpenAI has released some new features and killed another 1,000 startups out there, right? So, but people stays, right? The true founders, the true entrepreneurs who are resilient, who are talented, and who are flexible to make the right pivot and, can take actions on top of, these environmental changes. those are the founders we are backing, right? So I think, I talked briefly about this day one unicorn. How does this unicorn, thinking machines by Mira Murati, right? Super intelligence by Ilya Suska, or the Word Labs by Feifei Li, all these day one unicorns, right? From our perspective as investors, at the end of the day, we need to justify this kind of investment and tell our LP, hey, we made this investment and the company is valued. It's a new company. They are just getting started. They have no product to show us, whatever, but the company is valued at $1 billion, and we are very, very lucky to get into deals like that. So we need to be able to justify to our LPs that, hey, this is a rational and this is a reasonable and precious investment. How do we do that? It's a people. So I think, people is all that matters in this equation.
Absolutely. And just to follow up on that, founders, yes, these are the people who are going to make it or break it, but also based on your experience, do you see a shift in when you are making the investment decisions toward assessing not only the business model profitability, but also social impact? Or is there any pressure from LPs to look into that? Or it's purely the business factor and the founder that you are looking into? So is there anything changing in that equation? Because we are talking a lot about ethical adoption of AI and how it's going to be disrupting the way we live, or we are still in the wild way of looking into the outcomes only?
Wow, Tegra, you always ask very deep questions. I like that. So the short answer is the top priority as venture capitalists, as of today, the number one priority is still ROI, right? It's still the return. So, our responsibility as venture capitalists is to, bring the returns to the LPs, right? And that's always number one priority. And that's just how the industry works as of today, right? But I do think, the investor community overall, no matter you are venture capitalist, private equity investor, fund of fund, limited partners into some other fund, right? As a capital allocator, we need to think about things, a little bit differently today versus, 10, 20 years ago. The entire venture capital industry has a short history of, let's say, 100 years, right? A little bit less than 100 years. So this kind of model of, you raise a fund, you manage this fund for 10 years, maybe 12 years with a little bit extension, hoping you get some, exit through your portfolio companies, and those very, very successful exit are able to triple, quadruple, your returns, right? That's a whole model that has established in the past few decades, right? Now in the AI era, does this model still work out for the best of the industry, and does this still work out the best for the future of humanity? I think there is a big question mark. Some of the differences we see what's happening today versus even just 3-4 years ago, right? I think one, it takes much longer for companies to exit. These big companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, ByteDance, right? They all valued, so OpenAI is valued somewhere between 500 to 600 billion, right? ByteDance, 400 billion. These companies are, if you look at their market cap, they are way larger than a lot of public companies, right? Even on the US stock market. Yet, they wanted to stay private forever. So as a lot of investors, we have a lot of pressure on the exit side of things, right? But at the same time, those positions are very valuable. We don't want to exit our precious shares if we are very bullish on these companies, right? So I think it's across the industry to say everyone has a relatively high TVPI, right, which is a paper return, but the DPI is very, very low. So it's very, very hard to achieve exits nowadays. So And when we talk about sustainability and social responsibility, I think we need to think of not only what's happening in this current decade, but also what's going to happen in the next 2-3 decades, right? What's gonna happen for generations. And I think, if you think stuff in those kind of time horizon, a lot of objectives should be shifted and a lot of the models should be readjusted to, to take factors in what's the impact of this technology, right? How can we make sure that while we are chasing the profitability of this investment, we can maximize our social responsibility and we can deploy capital efficiently so that the technology can be deployed in very mature and very responsible ways, right? So I do think, as an industry, it's more beneficial for everyone, no matter venture capitalists, private equity investors, growth stage, right? And the public market, and also, fund of fund, right? For everyone in the entire ecosystem to rethink about the current model, about the current system, and maybe try some a little bit innovation here, right? To say, hey, does it make sense to extend the default cycle for the return? Can we introduce certain mechanisms to have certain guardrails and guideline governance in the process of capital allocation, and also can we set up new standard in this kind of equation? So I think these are all very, very urgent problems that we all should think about collectively as well.
So much. This is very insightful. And again, we're back to the governance, because what is at the risk is the public trust and responsible governance. And from that perspective, I would like to ask Marina that, because you have a unique position in the intersection between the tech companies and the government policies, what sort of the private-public partnership do you think can help us to establish a more sustainable adoption of AI into the processes?
Before I kick off on that, I really would like us to sort of remember why we're here, in the sense that, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I'm having a lag on my end. Okay.
Yeah, we do hear you. Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah. So we are discussing intricacies of AI implementation, but honestly, I think we take it for granted that AI is already changing lives. For just a quick example, I'm sure you are using Google products a lot, and you may have seen that we have added 110 languages to Google Translate. We tend to take it, again, for granted, but it's a huge AI effort, which smooths up communication every day. And out of these 110 languages, we added 40 African languages. I'm currently based out of Cape Town at a digital public infrastructure conference. But you can't imagine what actually it means for the local communities to be able to converse with help of AI in their languages with the local municipalities. This is already changing the landscape. And not only the translation itself, but also the voice models, the open data sets are now applicable in a large number of languages. So this is really accelerating public service. This is accelerating user consumption. This is actually making life easier. So in terms of what governments can and should do, well, definitely there is still not enough governmental open data sets digitized and released for consumption of LLMs, of AI models. And speaking of which, a concept of digital public infrastructure, the foundational models of digital public infrastructure, is actually becoming, I think, paramount, at least in emerging markets. This is what we're seeing across sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, and some of it is becoming important in APAC. The impact of digital public infrastructure concept which basically means that the government entities upload the digitized data sets and build an exchange platform and exchange these data sets between them. The proven impact is, is awesome. It can speed up the economic growth by 33%, at least in the financial sector. Or you can't imagine how fast and prompt the judicial services may become if DPI is implied, obviously speaking of digital ID and this type of services that are usually residing with judicial and interior systems within the government. AI accelerates that and makes changes possible within weeks, not months, let alone years. So this is a dramatic effect on public sector that AI can bring in additionally. The governance, the regulatory approach, this concept of revising sovereignty requirements in a sense of what is critically important for the government, what is critical infrastructure that needs to be classified and, for instance, be hosted in the country, and what are the data sets that could be exchanged with private companies in return for the technological advancement. This is something that the governments are pondering on. This is what we are discussing at the Global DPI Summit these days in Cape Town. I think that this is where the imminent future lies for us.
Thank you so much, Marina. Actually, there are a lot of messages from us because we are also working very closely with the government to see how we can create the environment friendly for experiments, because the government's role is to limit the risks, but now it is completely different pace that we should all be working, and the message that we are saying so much makes sense, in terms of how we can actually build that space which is not so risky, but also which can hold the experimentation from the corporate side. And we have like slightly 15 minutes left, and I have the final question I want to address to all of you to get together your final thoughts. Is that if we could summarize in just, the major messages, what is the mindset that be it organizations, be it public agencies or nations need to adopt to be successful in this new AI economy and AI realities? In your opinion, what that should be? And Kirill, do you want to start with your thoughts?
So should it be brief, right?
Yeah, we can. We have 15 minutes of time,
okay.
so we can.
No, I just was sitting, and that's so fun that we are together here. So Tugra is responsible for innovations in Pasha Holding. We've got Marina, who is in one of the key corporations in the world, who is responsible for AI. Amy and myself were helping implement AI in some companies. You are responsible for actual hands-on experience, and we also have Ryan, the guy with the money. So pretty much we can do some startup right here on this stage. So what I want to say, I will repeat myself. So main idea about doing proper AI implementation is to move fast, to measure, not obligingly success, but you have to fail fast. Measure what you're doing, because there is no other freaking way to move forward. And the last one, you do something, you productize it. If it sticks, you scale it, you kill everything else, all right? So there is no fluffy bun around, guys, let's give it some more time because probably it will fly. No, you should be straightforward with this, because if not, your competitors will do that without you, and they will be far ahead. So this is be fast, learn from your mistakes, implement, scale, measure, kill whatever that doesn't work. This is it. Thank you.
Just a small follow-up here, is that how to make that kill decision, because sometimes this is hard. Resources have been invested, human resources, and then financial resources, etc. And and you can use data to justify any decision, right? And you can justify to keep this project longer. So what are the key criteria that you are using to answer the questions, to kill it or to follow with that project?
I see Ryan, the guy who knows how to kill, when to kill, and who to kill. So actually, there are a set of KPIs. They are very straightforward. You can go to ChatGPT and ask this question easily. First of all, as Ryan says, I will not give you even $1 if you don't show me how it impacts the P&L. Show me the proper outcome, not a promise that it will change the world. What is the ROI? What is the return on investment? And how do you justify it? So this is the first one, because many AI implementations, they are all about PR and marketing inside of the firm. Actually, we discussed it with Sardor also, that many even C-level representatives, they want to implement something just to make this checkbox about being on the cutting edge of technology and report about that to shareholders. So this is like, I share this opinion. The second one, of course, you need to measure if it sticks, as I say, because the pilot itself can be looking quite nice, but if you see that there is a struggle with the people, with their skills, with their perception of this AI tool, whatever, you should be aware, because if it's not scalable, you should kill it, because it's just a fancy pilot. As I said, you just put it on the shelf in that National Museum of AI pilots. So, and pretty much it, I think. Does it stick and does it bring you money?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Emmy?
I'll go back to my parallel paths of innovation because, you know, and I think we're very much aligned in approach. I just call it parallel paths. You're calling it the short, mid, and then the future. But, you know, yes, we can have a very specific AI focus on optimizing business problems that we're aware of today. The challenge is carving out essentially a facility within your business, and you're already doing it with your sort of internal startup that you're doing at Pasha, which I think is absolutely brilliant. Amazon's done it, eBay's done it. It's proven to work. And what it is more about, it's not, you know, predicting the future, it is about architecting a future, and it's not always focused on a singular technology. So you start with where you want to go, what are the products and services of the future, because AI is not just changing how we work, it is going to change how we live. And the way that we live is going to be very, very different 20, 30, 40 years from now, and that consumer, right? We're all, at the end of the day, consumers as well. That consumer is going to have very different needs as AI scales and starts to really permeate every aspect of our lives. So when I talk about, you know, having this sort of future visioning piece, it is about architecting a future that we actually want to live in, as opposed, because more and more we're leaving things to AI. You see, especially young people, sort of take everything that AI, you know, their ChatGPT says, and they're not really thinking logically, is this actually a correct piece of information? So we need to maintain, again, the North Star and out into the supernova, but it should also be from a very human perspective. Where do we want this technology to take us? Because today, we are in control of it. Tomorrow, AI could realize very quickly that we are in fact the problem. In our best case scenarios, we become their adorable pets. So we need to think about that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sabir, please.
Thank you again for the great questions. It's a great, you know, panelists, I guess, we have here. And it just happened that we got some time with Kirill to catch up before the panel discussion, and we discussed pretty much everything about AI, right? So I would probably be, whatever I say, it's going to be pretty much in tune what Kirill just said, because I'm a hands-on guy. I am the guy who make that happen, you know. It's for organizations, you know, my advice would probably, you know, in a single phrase, experiment fast, fail fast, and design to reuse. If we zoom out a little bit, and if we go at the nation and the government level, I would say the government main task would be, how do I streamline that experience for the organizations? We're thinking about the regulation. It's a fact that regulation is lagging behind, the AI advancements. And the way the regulators, in my opinion, should look at it, they should see the privacy and security, and innovation not as a competing objectives, but as a complementing ones. It's very hard to strike that right balance, but that's how the government can really facilitate experimentation in the organization, create, for example, regulatory sandboxes, and then when we talk about the cloud, right, the infrastructure is foundation, but let's say if I am a startup in healthcare or life sciences, I don't necessarily want to focus on a low-level infrastructure. If there is a platform as a service, on an API I can use, and abstract myself from the complexity of managing that infrastructure, and then focus on my, the business value added, on the core of it, right? So that would be probably, really important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ryan?
Yeah, I'd like to share some personal thoughts regarding this topic. I think, this is my first time ever that I traveled to Azerbaijan and to Baku. And I think, before I come over here, a week ago, I'm telling a lot of my friends, hey, I'm going to Baku, and they'd be like, oh, that's amazing. And then secretly, they look up where Baku is, right? So I think, but after I get here for yesterday and today, these 2 days of immersive conversations, meeting with a lot of founders, entrepreneurs, policymakers, enterprises, I do feel like, hey, we have a really, really, really impressive ecosystem here. And this ecosystem is not so known to the rest of the world, right? I think, if I can just in the conversation with one final thought, I think it's about ecosystem building and also about globalization and building bridges, right? So clearly, we need to have more and more conversations between the local area and Silicon Valley and the rest of the world, right? We want, because at the end of the day, we all live in our own bubbles, right? And if we are not reaching out to have those conversations, then we can get stuck in our bubble, right? If I'm not coming in here, I wouldn't understand, oh, there are so many things happening here, and it's a beautiful country, beautiful city, amazing talent, and very cost efficient, as you mentioned yesterday. And it's such a multicultural space where there are a lot of people from different cultures, different backgrounds, and the communication and the exchanges and this kind of collective wisdom is what's making this particular region very, very unique. And I think when we bring the Azerbaijan and also Eurasia startups to the global stage, right? There is a narrative, there is a perspective where we can strategically position all these companies and all these opportunities as well. So I think it's great that Pasha Holding and you guys are doing such a good job, curating the local ecosystem. And I do want to give a shout out to Anatoly and the StrategEast team to build this platform so that people like me, have the bridge to come over here and learn more about the local ecosystem. And I think the last thing we want to do in this age is to stay in our own bubble. So we should do more to build more bridges in general.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you. Marina, if we can get final thoughts from you.
Echoing all the speakers in thanking Pasha Holding, thanking StrategEast for the opportunity of this discussion. I think a key thing is to actually encourage AI use, especially with those who are more rigid and most rigid towards innovations traditionally, like the governments. We have lots of experiments. We witness lots of experiments from across the world, say in Malaysia, the local ministry, in partnership with us, launched an AI at Work tool, which provided generative AI tools for almost 500,000 of public officials. This needs to be encouraged. This needs to be even mandated. The UAE are mandating AI trainings for public officials. Well, we are, for instance, obliged to take to refresh the AI course even now and then, even though it's you can be working in any part of the organization, but you have to accustom yourself with what's out there, with the new features that are being launched. This is absolutely mandatory. Also to catch up with the next generation, which is sort of very intuitively already adopting AI technologies. Another thing I think which is critical is definitely modernizing public administration, not only through upskilling, but through the regulation that we touched upon. And encouraging governance, contributing with the government, contributing to the work of the government on delivering more effective services for the citizens. There must be a demand for that. There must be, an interaction with the citizens and a feedback collection in order to assess the progress in this field. And definitely just cultivating the institutional agility to adapt the AI, which constantly evolves. These are the things that I think need to be adopted.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, esteemed panel members. It was a very interesting discussion. Thank you for your time and thoughts, and to the audience for your attention. Thank you.
Chubak Temirov, Deputy Director, High Technology Park of the Kyrgyz Republic. And Temur Kishamuddinov, Director of the IT Park Dushanbe under the Agency for Innovations and Digital Technologies under the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. To moderate the panel, I would like to invite Anatoly Motkin, President of StrategEast. Thank you.
Good morning. I thank you for coming and being here with us for the second day. We're talking about a region that to bring together, we decided to adopt the term of Central Eurasia, which means basically Caucasus and Central Asia, all 8 countries. And here we have with us on the stage people who are actually shaping the landscape in this region, and also it's up to them to decide to what degree the collaboration between these countries and collaboration with the international players like the big tech companies and the international financial institutions and other contributors and the governments would work. And the role of the big tech companies is quite decisive in many cases. They deliver not only technologies and infrastructure, they also deliver the knowledge. And the knowledge transfer is one of the most important things that actually brings here not only technical skills to the region, but also the delivery skills. It trains people how to be able to communicate in international markets and not only domestically. And the first round of questions, I'll start with the big tech. So how can Central Eurasian nations work with big tech companies? Actually how it impacts their digital sovereignty. But when we talk about big tech companies, we're talking not only about the vendors, we're talking also about the engineering companies, those who physically create jobs in those countries. So I'll start with Timur, head of the IT park in Tajikistan, please.
Hello everyone, thank you Anatoly for the question. First of all, I would like to point out that not all countries in the region are developing the same way. And if we discuss about the sovereignty, sovereignty is not isolation.
Do not hear you.
Okay. Sovereignty is not isolation, and control doesn't mean cutting ourselves off. I think collaboration with the big tech should be based on the shared growth. And for example, in Tajikistan, we see digital sovereignty not as a separation, but as a balanced partnership. And where the global companies help us to teach local talents, data infrastructure, and innovation ecosystem. And so that when we work with the big tech, we do so as informed partners, not as passive users. And also we understand that we can bring R&D centers yet, but we can build a foundation for the deeper collaboration in the future, and step by step going from the outsourcing to innovation way.
Thank you. And over to you, Kamran. Here in Azerbaijan, we see international players who are present for some time. Some of them started working here just recently. Could you please just tell us how it works here?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to talk about the digital sovereignty. The digital sovereignty is state's ability to maintain control over its data, over its digital infrastructure, technologies, and digital states of its citizens. So Azerbaijan actively collaborate, and we have a huge collaboration with big tech companies here in Azerbaijan, but in locally managed way and in a sovereign environment. So what I mean by sovereign environment, I would like to mention the government cloud. So G-Cloud initiative was approved and signed by President of Azerbaijan back in 2019. So we cooperate with big tech companies here in Azerbaijan. We use their platforms, we use their products, but of course in a sovereign environment like in G-Cloud. So in the act of the G-Cloud, there were like lots of action plans, and the main aim was to create a robust, a scalable, a secure, and shared environment for all government offices. And one of the main action plan was to have all IT infrastructure that are available in government offices to migrate to G-Cloud and to be centralized. So the main aim is to keep the data in a sovereign environment, in a cloud, in a local cloud, and process that data in a local cloud environment. So we have an operational team, we have a local engineering team who actually support that environment. Beside working with big tech companies and using their products and platforms, we also work with companies like international companies to build a platform and product here in Azerbaijan. So for example, I would like to talk about especially the MyGov application, MyGov platform, which is a digital government platform for Azerbaijani citizens. The MyGov platform it acts like a bridge between the government and between the citizens, and provide an ability and accessibility to the personal information of the citizens. So we are collaborating with the EPAM on this project, and we decided to have, we are building now with the support and EPAM an e-advisory, agentic-based e-advisory platform, which is an AI-based platform, in order to help citizens to get the answers to their questions, not just the answers, but to help the citizens support to get the help on personalized services. In the first stage, we are planning to have, now currently we have a chatbot which actually answers the questions of citizens in more detail. Based on digital development concept that also was approved in the beginning of this year by Mr. President, we are helping and supporting different government offices to build their digital environment and to digitalize, as well as we help them to build like roadmap for AI and data-driven use cases. So that's why I see that some government offices like create a chatbot to help the citizens to answer questions using the cloud-based OpenAI. So as long as this FAQ is publicly available, that's okay. But whenever it comes to get a personalized service for the citizens, we are using, we are planning, we already started like training, but we are planning to use the GPUs that is already available in G-Cloud. So we are planning to have a local LLM, and we already started this project with our internal team and with support of EPAM to have a local large language model trained in order to help citizens to get a personalized answers to their requests and services. And at the end of the day, we are planning to build an e-advisory agentic AI-based platform that will help citizens to implement a life event like birth, like marriage, like death. So whenever a new child is born, a citizen will apply necessary information to that agentic AI, and that agentic AI will communicate with all government offices and ministries in the background and will do everything for that citizen. So overall, as a recap, I can say that we have a huge collaboration with big tech companies, but of course in a locally managed and in a sovereign environment.
Thank you, and over to you, Zhishin. We know that the Tony Blair Institute explores how it works also from technological perspective in the region, not only. So how do you think, first, how the whole region, do you think, looks from perspective of the global tech? And what is the interaction that you see from your position?
Yeah, thanks, Cameron, for defining sovereignty. I think the key point to frame this conversation is also that sovereignty and control are two different words. And when we think about sovereignty in the region, we can't think of total control. What's important is that as we look at the tech stack, from compute, data, models, applications, energy, talent, and skills, which layer can each nation in Eurasia strategically try and tackle and steer so that they can maximize their strategic latitude, as you mentioned. And actually on this front, I know when we mention big tech, it sounds indomitable, it sounds formidable. What are each of these mid-sized markets in Eurasia? What do they count for when they're up against big tech? But actually, I do think there is a lot of power in the nations in Eurasia to set the terms of how they want to collaborate with big tech. And in negotiating these conditions for market access, there can be a lot of benefits and returns reaped to the sort of sovereignty principles and priorities that each country wants. You mentioned a little bit about knowledge and tech transfer. That's a super important one. Open API frameworks, localized data centers, making sure that you can maintain that flexibility to ensure that you're not locked into one particular vendor and to have more control over your data governance. But at the same time, I think even as you look within each layer, there's a lot of room for a more nuanced position to be taken. For example, we look at data governance. That's often seen as one of the key strategic layers that nations try to retain some control over. But what is data? Actually, data can be broken down into several layers and classifications too. There will be certain non-negotiable data types that you want to retain total control over. Maybe that's electoral data, security data, but there are also several other tiers of data where you can liberalize your approach towards, say, in energy, finance, education, health, and being able to have a clear-eyed vision of this nuanced approach and making that clear to big tech partners, I think is super important. I mentioned the word clarity because I think it's not about being totally liberal or totally in control, but it's about setting clear rules, setting clear priorities in your data governance framework and plans in order for big tech to understand who you are as a nation and your priorities and how they can plug into that. And that then forms a very critical foundation for that trusted relationship where you're not in a transactional dynamic, but instead thinking about how you co-develop this ecosystem together and how you can ensure that both parties come off better for it.
Thank you. And Chubak, over to you. In Kyrgyzstan, the IT industry started developing from bottom up. It means that the initiative came from the businessmen and from the people and from the society, and not as a demand from the government. With that, the government also shapes the landscape by working with NVIDIA on one hand, and I just seen in the social networks that the private company in Kyrgyzstan also developed a LLM model of Kyrgyz language, emotional LLM model. So please share with us how it works in Kyrgyzstan and what's your view on, and the collaboration will come later. But you work with big vendors like NVIDIA, you work with the international engineering companies. How it works?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank for bringing us at one stage here in Baku. Answering your question, I can say that companies, big tech companies like EPAM Systems, for example, make a great shape in our country. You're very right that Kyrgyz Republic approach is a bit different. So usually, as you know, the companies go in the countries up and down, but in our country, it's bottom from up. So we do trust a lot in our communities. We have a lot of communities, including the AI community, that just recently launched the model, which is open source. And if we talk about the digital sovereignty from this side, I can say that it goes two ways, from the government side and from the private side. And Kyrgyzstan chose the way in here as a open transformation, open digital transformation, I would say. And the High Technology Park, I think, is also a great example of this, on how government and the private companies are working together to reach this digital sovereignty. And for our country, digital sovereignty is not about isolation, but it's all about cooperation between different parties, between the government officials, the private companies, the government and the different even NGOs and the donor organizations that support our transformation in our country. Now, from the perspective of big tech companies, I can say that, for example, EPAM is making a great difference in our country. As you know, the big tech companies usually have their own educational initiatives. For example, EPAM Campus. They are teaching a lot of engineers in our country, as you mentioned in the very beginning, about bringing capacity and bringing knowledge to the region. That's how big tech can help to make our country better. And from this sense, they're doing a lot of difference by teaching thousands of engineers to English, to engineering skills, and they are employing them, and all others are just going to the market. So they are empowering, not just replacing some of our developers. And obviously, out of the EPAM, we are trying to bring other big tech companies. And this is, from one side, is a kind of, for us, one of the top priorities. So EPAM is one example. The other example is Netcracker. They also, now we are in collaboration with them to teach the next generation of specialists in some specific fields as OSS, BSS technologies. And they're also making a great change, and we are trying to bring other big tech companies to our region.
The issue of sovereignty, how does it look like you talk also with the government, and the government also at your board at the IT park, right? High Technologies Park in Kyrgyzstan. So is this an issue at all in Kyrgyzstan? Like if these technologies actually impact the sovereignty of the country?
You mean technologies that are brought from other countries? Yeah, for example, it's not about the big tech companies, but it's about collaboration of our government with other, let's say, countries. So for example, our platform, the national platform Tunduk, is actually was brought as an X-road from Estonia. So that's a great example of our collaboration. So Estonians actually helped us to make the platform, the basis of our today's national system. And as you can see, this is a kind of dilemma, right? From one side, it's all about our own sovereignty. From the other side is getting the best practices of the world. And I think we used it in a wise way. So we get let's say, the basis and just build it. So from the government side, Kyrgyzstan was actually preparing for digital transformation last 5-6 years. Starting from 2016, when the World Bank was helping, just in general, there was a product, Digital Kasa, that was spread across the region through Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, helping them to make the broadband network, so to cover the internet coverage so we can get the better digital sovereignty. And that project actually made a great progress, and from the perspective of X-Road, the best example of Estonia, we built the whole, let's say, backside, which is not seen for the citizens. And starting from 2021, 22, we started to actually provide services to the citizens, and now they can see the big difference. They're using the services, and from day to day, these services are just becoming as a super app. And I think here we already built this great medium between the, let's say, the help from other countries, new technologies, and from the other side, the local players actually just enlarged it and they make it more sovereign for our country.
Thank you. And if we could, thanks. And Timur, back to you. When we're talking about Central Eurasia, we always feel that it's easier to promote the entire region and to define it as a trusted IT destination rather than to sell country by country. And what the advantages you see in a regional collaboration for Tajikistan and how it works, how you...
Thank you for the question. If we discuss about the regional cooperation, to accelerate a cross-border digital transformation, I think we need to build regional bridges to work together, and a network of IT parks and digital international hubs across the Central Eurasian can connect startups, researchers, and investors for joint projects also. And also we need predictable rules and shared standards across the region. And as well, the big tech should help us to grow roots, not only just install cables. Yes, and in my view, if our countries in Central Eurasia can harmonize our policy on data and AI and in digital governments, the big tech will see us not as several small market, but as one as a centralized ecosystem. Yes, I think it will be better, and it's ways to be do a best for this regional cooperation for us in the region.
Thank you. And Zhishin, if we could take it over to you. When you analyze the progress in the digital or economic development of the countries of Central Asia and Caucasus, what do you think could be the incentives for each country to work with others and to promote the joint brand of the entire region? But also how these collaborations actually support them? How do you see it? How you analyze it?
Yeah, I think there's a very strong brand story to be told for the region. It's already emerging as the new crossroads of trade and talent. I guess the next brand story to be told and to be discussed between the countries of the region is how then do you become a data corridor or an AI corridor? And I mean, I would like to pose a question actually to my fellow panelists, not to steal your role, Anatoly, but currently over 66% of AI governance frameworks originate from Western Europe and North America, which also means that the norms are being set by countries that are quite far, not just geographically, but also culturally and historically from countries in the region. I personally think there's a lot of room for countries here in this region to set their own norms, set their own rules, set their own frameworks. For example, ASEAN, the Association for Southeast Asian Nations, has their regional AI governance and ethics framework. The African Union has its own governance framework for data as well. So does the EU. It has a EU AI policy. To me, there's a lot of room, and the obvious sort of next step is that there can be cooperation between Eurasian countries to think of what a regional AI governance ethics framework could look like, something that's informed by local cultural norms. I mean, notwithstanding that there's obviously a lot of diversity in the region, but something a bit more localized to here.
But you think that, like, I understand where does it come from when you talk about the ethical AI and so on and so forth, because it's actually something that is being discussed widely in the EU, and when we're talking about Caucasus as a part of a Eastern Partnership initiative, so definitely it's more discussed here rather than in Central Asia, because there was initially out of scope. But you think that also this norm and like, if those countries should also discuss how they adopt the legislation as a regional norm, or still it should be negotiated and would be easier to be negotiated country by country?
Definitely as a regional bloc. I think the key to working with big corporate partners is that you want as much predictability and standardization as possible, so that, I think as Timur mentioned, you're not looked at as individual mid-sized markets for which the investment might not have a clear ROI, but rather as a regional bloc with shared standards, with shared rules. Then you raise clarity, you raise predictability, and that then lowers the barrier to entry for these companies.
And I'll add another question as a follow-up. When you think on Europe and you think about digital single market, and we see that some countries which are not EU members, like Ukraine, Moldova, they still negotiate how to join this digital single market. And do you think it's negotiable at all to think of regions which are not initially part of like Europe on the map to become part of Europe as a digital partners or to some degree of digital partnership and to get access to the market, but in exchange to allow to Europe to have wider access to their own digital market?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to speak on that matter, but I'd love to hear from, I think, the IT park directors from their actual countries who have been a bit more in the room when it comes to these discussions.
I mean, what might be the incentive for Europe? And we will ask what might be the incentive for them. What do you think?
Sorry, okay,
what might be the incentive for Europe to give a broader access for Central Eurasian tech market to a European digital market?
I mean, it's an incredibly dynamic region with young, multilingual, mobile diaspora. So there's already, I think, that impetus and existing foundations for interregional cooperation and interregional interoperability. So those conditions, I think, are a bit more facilitative than how you might think of Europe. I mean, we think of Europe as a bloc, but actually there's also a lot of diversity there. So I do think there are several factors here that are quite unique to Eurasia that would be quite appealing as opposed to another region.
Terrific, thank you. And Chubak, now it's your turn to talk about the collaboration or cross-regional collaboration. So we know that Kyrgyzstan was maybe the first country that started developing the IT industry, even before Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. But it's true that when they started investing major efforts in developing their IT ecosystem, they closed the gap, I mean, in terms even of experts, quite fast, because the scale of the economy is bigger in both, right? But still, we see that in international events, both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan started working together, even holding joint stands. And first, how you see Kyrgyzstan part of this regional collaboration? Second, if you envision that Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, but also Caucasus could also act as a single unit. And again, you're visiting GITEX in Dubai, you're coming to other international events, the Web Summit and so forth. What are the advantages of working together?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think to answer your question, let's see the other perspective that now there is a big competition between different regions. So we see from one side the LATAM region, from the other side the MENA region, and all other regions are now more or less united. You mentioned about the European Union that at some point causing problems to the Central Eurasian countries to enter, right? And I think from this perspective, Central Asia and the Caucasus can and should be a region. I think last 4 or 5 years, we did big progress in actually being united. Before, as you mentioned that one of our conversations, it was more like on the paper. So there was just the talks that we should unite, we should do the things, but in reality, there was no any integration. But now we see the world is changing, AI is changing all the rules, and now I think this is a great opportunity to actually be united. And I think and here I can bring the great examples. For example, you mentioned about the joint initiatives of our neighboring countries, Astana Hub and IT Park of Uzbekistan. So they decided to unite in few things, in joining forces in developing startup ecosystem. So they actually bring their own startups to different international platforms. And from the other side, it's a joint promotion of their countries on international arena. And there are like a bunch of great examples when they made the joint initiatives, I think. And Kyrgyzstan was actually invited to join this trio as a third park, and in a broader term, they have a goal to unite all Central Asian and Caucasus countries under this single so-called Silk Road Innovation Hub. Yeah, we see a great perspectives. I think the things are, let's say, on a shoulder. Let's say we are thinking on the term that it might be different, but we definitely understand that we should unite in this sense, because joint forces of promoting the region as a single unit is obviously a big asset. Here I can say that all parks will definitely have a competition in terms of smaller companies. As you know, smaller companies always have a limited capacity and they will choose one country out of these countries. But if we talk about the big tech companies, they have the capacity, they have the sources to be in every single country. And the EPAM, I think, is a great example. They are present in all stands in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. I think they are not yet in Tajikistan, but who knows, maybe they will be in there as well. So here I want to say that from our side, we are more or less ready to join, at least in the case of promotion, the technoparks together. I said earlier that branding is now a question for us, I mean the naming of the brand. But in general, the initiatives is really great. From that, I can also say the different perspective. So for example, if big tech companies will come even to Kazakhstan and not to Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan, it's still a great plus for the entire region, because they bring expertise, they bring a great big, let's say, interest of American and European companies to Kazakhstan and to whole region. And from these perspectives, yes, obviously. This is all related to promotion of the countries, my view on that we should collaborate. From the other perspectives, I can say for sure that we're already exchanging startups. So it's already not on the paper, but actually in action. So for example, just recently, we did from our side initiative to be at Astana Hub Digital Bridge, their biggest forum, and on IT Parks Uzbekistan ICT Week, to act as a partner, as a single unit, and be on their forum as an exhibitor, bringing Kyrgyz companies. So this is our initiatives of integration. So we want to bring ourselves, our companies, to the region. And from the exchange of startups, I mentioned that we have great examples. So for example, our startups are already joining some incubators and accelerators in Azerbaijan. Just recently, some of our startups were invited by Sabah Hub, participated, and thanks for our brothers. So we see already this exchange of startups. And the same goes to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Kyrgyz startups are actually participating in Google for Startups in Kazakhstan, in initiatives of IT Park Uzbekistan. From the perspective of Kyrgyzstan, we are doing our programs more for the local ones. Let's say we are just testing, because we don't have that much of investments like our neighbors. And but we're also thinking to open to our neighboring countries. For example, the program with MIT. Recently, Kyrgyzstan launched a program with MIT Core Sharper, the program that is dedicated to deep tech technologies. And the results were really great, and we are thinking of adding more startups from other countries, because if you talk about the big tech, no, not the big tech, if you talk about the deep tech technologies, we can count them on fingers. In Kyrgyzstan, just on a few, in Kazakhstan, 4 or 5, and that's the reason that we should make broader and bring the best ones to this program, so they can benefit and close our one of the biggest challenges of creating more unicorns, bringing more attention of international companies to our arena, to Central Asian region. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we're talking about collaborations, it's not necessarily only about a cross-country collaboration, it's also about collaboration between governments, academia, the private sector. And I will address this question to you, Timur. Like how, in your case, governments, academia, and the private sector should join efforts to develop AI capacity and also the digital infrastructure in the countries?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If we talk about infrastructure capacity, AI and digital infrastructure growth based from the collaboration between government, academia, and private sector. It's like a triple helix model. And with the support of our government, we have a passed law in the AI and digital infrastructure. I would like to point out some successful cases in this way. Tajikistan broke new ground in 2022 by adopting its national AI strategy to 2030, the region's first long-term strategy, and making it both of the earliest Central Asia state to commit to a dedicated AI policy framework. And on July 2025, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted a historical resolution entitled The Role of the Artificial Intelligence in Creating New Opportunities for Sustainable Development in Central Asia, initiated by the Republic of Tajikistan. This regulatory act laid the foundation for the building AI capability in our country. And we are, if talk about IT parks and about Agency of Innovation, we created it 1 year ago, and IT Park is started only in April, work in April this year, and we are creating now a huge ecosystem for these AI technologies and in IT sector totally. And we think we can, with our neighbor countries, also share our big things, and can do something like how our friend Chubak says, to connect our IT parks to bring future in future years. I think so.
Thank you. And when we're talking about this type of collaboration, sometimes it's based on open source solutions. And I'll address this question to you, Kamran, about the open source strategy for GovTech solutions here in Azerbaijan.
Yep. First of all, before talk about open source, I would like to add some comments to the Mrs. Lin regarding the AI governance and data governance especially. So this year, in March 19th, our government signed the national AI strategy for the country, and we have lots of action plans regarding the creating an AI framework for the entire country. Regarding the data governance, that's also a good point. 2 years ago, World Bank made an assessment in our country and different government offices, and based on this assessment, our value was like in a growing stage, right? So that's a good point. And from that point, we started creating a legal document about data governance as well. So it took almost 2 years for us as a ministry to create that document and share it with the government offices and get an approval from the government offices. And I hope that in the next year, in a few months, this document also will be approved by the government. So we will do a lot of things regarding data governance in the government offices. So this is the first point. Regarding the open source movement, or how we can call it, in October 21st, 2020, European Commission approved an open source software strategy for the next 4 years, right? And the main aim for this strategy is to not to push, but to make the government offices to move from the enterprise systems to the open sources. For example, as I mentioned in my previous answer regarding the e-advisory solution, so we are building the e-advisory solution with EPAM, and most of the platforms, products that we are use are totally open source. So then we have a plan like open source first. So we are based on digital development concept. We are making an assessment of the platforms of government offices and their IT infrastructure. And what we see that most of the government offices using the enterprise solution, when it is really possible actually to use the open source for that particular case. So we made an assessment and we build a roadmap for them and help them to move from the enterprise to the open source because it actually reduced the costs, right? We saved millions and millions for the last few years by migrating our system to the open source, and this is like coming from the international experience as well. And of course, the main thing is like the vendor lock. So by having the source of the platform that we are using, and by knowing the source, and even as we can make necessary change to that source, it is really helpful to use the open source instead of the enterprise systems.
Thank you, and over to you, Zhishen, about the public-private partnership between academia, government, and the private sector to develop the local AI capacity. How you think it should work?
Yeah, I think in order to align incentives, government and big tech need to not just co-share benefits and returns, but also co-share risk. So I think it's important as a nation to first set out what your risk appetite is in that area before you explore the various models of public-private partnership, whether that involves joint ventures into digital infrastructure and so on.
And Chubak, we'll ask you the same, yeah, how it works in your case, and what do you think could be improved there in Kyrgyzstan, and based also on your international experience? How the public-private partnership between the academia, the universities, basically, the government, and the private sector should work. And again, when we're talking about the private sector, it's both local companies and internationals.
Yeah, question is great, but I think it's easier to say, again, in words, how they should work, but not in reality, because it's a very hard process. So when they can work simultaneously and in a, let's say, single mode. In our country, I think, if to talk about Kyrgyzstan, they're a bit spread, not acting as a single. And I think this is one of the problems in our country, because the government is doing one thing, the private sector did the other, the academia is a third thing. And it's a bit hard from this perspective to actually gain a real value. Now, as a high technology park, being a bridge, we are trying to actually make more closer connections. So at least by creating the roadmaps. So the government has its own roadmap, and now we are trying to add to this roadmap the private sector, so it can be coincided, and the academia. Within the academia, we're trying to create these technoparks within the academia, so they can be more closer to the industry. Because as you know, now academia and the private sector are just working in different dimensions. So the academia already forget that they're actually preparing specialists for the industry. And that's one of the, I think, the biggest challenges, I think, in our country. So by trying to answer short to your question, it's really hard from different perspectives, and I cannot say in a straight way and how they should work closely. But we can see from different perspectives, as I said, by a few examples, that we are trying different initiatives so they can work together as a single unit. Now we also have a challenge of the country to actually count the number of specialists in the industry, because when big tech companies come, obviously they do their own research, and in most cases their research is better at some point. But from on the national level, we cannot say the exact number. And here we can see that we should work even more with academia, with government, with private sector, to actually, in real time, to count at least the number of engineers. So we are trying to use wisely and use better the data that we already collected, trying to be more like a data-driven government, and so our solutions can be data-driven rather than just simultaneously that we are, just random in most cases. Even with the smart cities, the same tendency. Since the most decisions were not data-driven, we see some problems even in the management of the city, for example. And hopefully in upcoming few years, we can precisely and smoothly answer your question how we should, when we will solve actually this day-to-day challenges that we are facing now in different fields, on the government level, in the private level, in the academia. So we are still now working on creating this great model when all these different parties can work as a single unit for greater digitalization and efficiency.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I actually feel that industry has a much closer finger on the pulse of the direction in which the AI developments are heading towards than academia. I used to work in higher education, so I hope I can say that with some authority. And it's often the case where, however robustly you try to design a curriculum, you're usually 5 years behind what industry actually needs and what the digital development trajectory is heading towards. The best data you can get to close that feedback loop is, again, 5 years behind when you look at your employment data of your graduates. And so it's so important to involve industry, people who are actually closer to how the market's working, upfront, upstream rather, and be able to co-design that curriculum together.
Yeah, I agree with you. As in Kyrgyzstan and other countries, when it comes to professional trainings, so they do take practitioners from the companies who train those students basically on the principles of, of what they implement on day-to-day work. And it's important to have people who whose, let's say, main job is to code and not to teach. So they bring their real life experience. But I think that maybe in the United States it's less like it's different. Let's say people who teach in Berkeley, maybe in Stanford, they do come from the real industry. So the question is, if you need to, in the traditional way, to confirm curricula, then maybe you're lagging. If you just bring in as you said, in advance people who are the industry, it's easier. But still, we're talking here about how the nations could complement big tech. We know that it's not easy today to compete with those $1 trillion companies, right? So if it's easy to become $1 billion startup, but it's not easy still to get the same part of the cake and to compete with big tech companies. But should the countries try to somehow to balance the impact of those companies in their own territory? And if it's actually, they do not by definition lose part of their sovereignty by losing rights on proprietary private data of their citizens. So what should the countries care about? What do you think when they invite these big companies to come to their countries and to be active there? And what actually is inevitable? What do you think? Chubak, maybe over to you, and then Chubak, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You raised a great conversation and question. So I think there should be a, like you said, a balance. So from one side, yeah, we are benefiting from all the efforts and the new technologies that are bringing us the big tech companies. But from the other side, we also should take care of our own sovereignty. On our example, I can say that we just recently actually created the agency on the intellectual property and not on the intellectual property, on actually the digital, on data protection agency, sorry, yeah. And that agency is actually now acts as a government organization that actually protect the nation's data. Now we have certain rules that all the data should be, the data centers should be in the country, and we used to actually locate our own data in worldwide, on Google Cloud and in other regions. And now after creation of this agency, so most of the organizations started to migrate to local data centers. And I think that's a balance. So we are still using the G Cloud. So recently government actually created their own G Cloud platform. So adding more sovereignty to our country, but still like balancing, using the technologies of Google Cloud and others, and actually balancing between the local, having the data in the country, but still using the technologies of others, like answering your question in broad. And also have a comment on the thing that you mentioned about the Berkeley and other top universities and how they actually teaching. We should actually learn from this experience, because in our country we used to do this approach. So for example, just the practitioners are teaching in private some courses or university, but the reality shows that it's not the best practice, because not always practitioners can be a good teachers. So the theory is still needed at some point, and this is another challenge for us, because it's good when practitioners teach from the perspective of industry and what they actually will do, but from the other side we also should teach them how to teach. So TOT, the right TOT, the best examples of this, MIT, Berkeley, is needed here, and this is another challenge that we are facing, and we have to resolve to better prepare young IT specialists in our country.
But the problem, I just a brief remark before Kamran. In private universities in the US, they have sufficient funds actually to compensate those efforts from people who come from the private sector. In your case, your universities do not have enough money to pay a salary to people who get paid by the private sector. So we need to find this formula as well. And as we have, let's say, less donors recently, it's a challenge for agencies like yours. Yeah. Please, Kamran.
Yeah, just wanted to add one comment that Chubak has mentioned that, sometimes it's really hard, even if you have a problem, it's really hard to use the products and platforms of the big tech companies, because the data is very sensitive. For example, last year, we decided to start a project which was called Nationwide Data Cleansing Project. So based on digital development concept, we made an assessment to the data of the government offices, and we saw that most of the data were not clean. And while having the dirty data, it was really impossible to provide a good service at least over the MyGov platform. So we decided to start a nationwide data cleaning program, and we investigated some platforms and products, and even the vendor support as well. So we saw that most of the platforms were built on the cloud. So you have to transfer your data to the cloud, and to create a profiling, for the profiling and for the cleansing, you have to transfer your data to the cloud, right? So, transferring the sensitive data is not possible, right? So then we decided to work with those companies, at least to get some support, not from the technical perspective, not from the platform perspective, but from the technical perspective, because they already have that kind of experience. And we saw that even if we try to cooperate with them, we have to share the data. So they must see our data and they must play with it in order to clean it. So even if you don't give them access like over the network, even if they will come to your office, it is not permissible for them to see that data. So that's why that was really a blocking issue. So we ended up like deciding that, okay, we're gonna do it by ourselves. So it took like 1 year, and during the last 1 year, we were able to clean more than 24 million citizen records in 14 government offices. So, I mean, why I'm raising this issue, like we can use the platforms and products of the big tech companies, we must use them, right? But again, it's like sometimes there are like lots of blocking issues when it comes to processing and managing data in their cloud.
But Cameron, as a follow-up to what you just said, it's not only about the proficiency of those who develop the platforms, it's also about the literacy of those who utilize it.
Exactly.
So how did you resolve this issue in Azerbaijan for civil servants with their digital literacy to be able to operate it?
Yeah, that's also important case. So as an IDGA, we help government offices to raise the digitalization awareness. So we have lots of programs in that track. So one of the main programs is 2-day digital academy program that happens twice in a year, right? So we gather all responsible persons from the digitalization from government offices, and most of the time we go to the regions and we stay there for 2 days. We don't limit us just to teach and raise the awareness. We also invite the persons and the responsible persons from the different governments to share their experience. For example, most of the time we have a contract with Estonia. Persons who are responsible from the digitalization of Estonia, they really help us, even not just online, even in those 2 days inside the Digital Academy program, and we are doing lots of plannings, etc. And at the end of the day, we see that, the awareness is raised in all officers of these government offices.
Yeah, I was speaking to the former president of Estonia, Thomas Ilves, and he told me that they resolved the issue of digital literacy of the population in a very simple way. They actually threw it on the private sector. They said that each bank has to have its branch in each settlement or in each city, in each village. But it could be replaced by a computer in case everybody in this village knows how to use it. So actually, they put the computer and they said, now you need to teach these people who live there how to use the technology. Okay. And it worked out, yeah. Thank you. And Zhishin, over to you. Let's compare the best practices, not to reinvent the wheel, the best practices in Europe in this balance between the big tech and their interests and the public interest and how the government there try to balance it.
I think to start with, it's a very clear-eyed thinking around what the guardrails should be, and this very early thinking around before we get outpaced by AI development, which is astronomical in its pace, how do we already start thinking about ensuring that we safeguard human interests, safeguard ethics? And I think oftentimes that conversation is missing at the country level. Unless you very proactively convene platforms and push forth this conversation, it doesn't happen because everyone is just trying to catch up with the AI race. So I think platforms such as these, platforms between countries and C5, for example, which meet very regularly, this has to be put on the table as something that you proactively try to shape the norms of. And that then sets you on the right foundation to negotiate with big tech. Otherwise, you will just be informed and guided by their norms and their corporate interests.
Thank you. And Chubak, if we will ask what is the role of the government in case of Kyrgyzstan? You told us about Tunduk as a platform. We know also that many people in the government, the former Minister of Digital Development, she came from Tunduk, right, Kutnaeva? And now the new minister, what is the role of the governmental offices in shaping this policy, and do they have strategy, or each ministry actually acts only on the sector that it's responsible for?
I think the new ministry have a clear now the strategy. So here I can say that the government is now having like a more united strategy. So the government now united all government IT companies at 2 single companies. So they actually reorganized all the previous IT companies. So before, it was a bit different story. So every single government ministry used to have their own IT departments, like a big IT staff and management, so within each ministry. But now government, as I said, united in 2 big organizations. One is Ye-Kızmat, which is a combination of all IT companies at a single point. So they are responsible for the whole, let's say, technical work of the whole projects of the country. From the other side, we have the open joint stock company, Tunduk. So they reorganized from being just a private, just being a government organization. Now they became private. So it's open joint stock company, and they should actually start working on actually earning money, because the main goal of every business is to make money. So now Tunduk has a different, let's say, different scenario, right? They have to build the Tunduk for the next level, provide services, earn money on this. So this is a bit different scenario. And then now all actually ministries should work with Ye-Kızmat or Tunduk just to get any type of government initiatives. And this is, I think, not maybe the really right way, because now some private companies are actually challenging, saying that they cannot participate in some government tenders, because private companies and even some big tech companies are interested in building some infrastructure for the government. And I think this is a bit now a scenario when government from one side is using the money of donors, and they attracting some local IT companies or big tech companies to make some projects. From the other side, they're just giving this work to these government IT agencies.
Thank you so much. And before we wrap up, just to say that we see that each one of the countries, they have their own best practices. And one of the incentives for us in StrategEast to set up this platform as a state in the IT Eurasian Forum was to share the best regional and global practices. So I think that it would just another time demonstrate that the best things that are done here in Azerbaijan, in Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, and countries which are not on this stage today, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, Georgia, should be shared in some way. And I think this one of the platforms where we do it. Thank you so much for coming and taking part. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists and Anatoly. Now the exciting part of our event for the first part of the day. Now we're going to the lunch, which is on the 3rd floor, the room named Alov. Then we come back here for another interesting discussion, and then we go along from there. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. And let's start. Hi, Rika.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Yeah. I've read about, no, I asked AI about you.
What did AI say, actually?
It said that you're a good person to talk to.
Okay.
Well, you speak 3 languages, you publish books that are bestsellers, you are in business for many years and very successful there, number-wise, as we say in the business. But today we're not going to talk about that. Do you want to introduce yourself as you want?
Sure. And you just take me back to the day, and this is, I'm going to age myself, but when Google first came into being, I remember people were saying, you know, they Googled themselves to see what Google would say. Now you can ask ChatGPT or your LLM of choice, so I hadn't done that yet, so I should make sure to do that. But I'm Rika Nakazawa. I am here as Chief Commercial Innovation for NTT. And thank you for joining our session today. It's always difficult to be after lunch, so I'll do my best to be your second cup of coffee. How many people have heard of NTT? Does anybody know NTT? Okay, so I'll start with that because that's going to be why I think I'm here talking about this. NTT stands for Nippon Telegraph Telephone. We don't do telegraphs anymore. And telephone is a fraction of our business. And we are 340,000 team members all around the world. So we are no longer just a domestic telephone company in Japan. We are a global technology solutions company, and we invest $3.5 billion US dollars on R&D, on research and development every year. And so my role is really looking at some of our investments that we make in R&D and frontier technologies. And just to contextualize why that's a personal passion of mine is that I've been in emerging technologies my entire career. I started in the first internet wave, which is definitely aging me at this point. And then I was in the mobile industry when NTT Docomo launched iMode, which iMode I think was a precursor to iTunes. And then I was at Accenture for a few years. At Accenture, I was working on frontier technologies. And then I went to go work for this company that nobody knew how to pronounce because it was spelled NVIDIA. This is back in 2006. So like, NVIDIA? What? It's like, no NVIDIA. So I spent a few years at NVIDIA, and as I say, please don't ask me how much I would have if I held on to my stock, because I sold my stock when I left in 2010, but that's okay. Money isn't everything, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's important.
So anyway, so that's just a little bit about me. I'm from Japan. My mother's German. So I speak 3 languages, not because of any intelligence I have. It's just grew up with that in the house and went to the international school in Tokyo, went to the States for college. So a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you. And I was using Copilot, so I knew everything what you just said before. If you would introduce NTT as Nippon, I would guess that more people would raise their hand because NTT is not that known brand. But back to our today's discussion, and the topic that is there is Azerbaijan's exponential opportunities in AI era. I would not ask you what Azerbaijan should do. I believe it's not that wide-known information what Azerbaijan is doing, so you could guess what next should we do. But in general, if we take comparable markets, like small country in intersection of roads, with a particular, I would say, interesting political situation, what would comparable countries, including Azerbaijan and maybe wider region of Central Eurasia, as we say, it's Caucasus and Central Asia, should focus on in order to be aligned and in tune with what we call AI era?
I like how you say interesting political situation. That's such a balanced way of depicting the state of the world. So, as somebody who is European and Asian by DNA, I actually love coming to this part of the world. I see a lot of people that look like my brothers and sisters. They are Eurasian like me. And as somebody who grew up Eurasian and being here in Azerbaijan, it does strike me that there is this very interesting balance and dynamic that a country like Azerbaijan has to strike in the balance of things. And especially Azerbaijan being so rich in energy, with oil and gas really being part of the core of the economy. And of course, Azerbaijan coming out of the history, but also having recently hosted COP, with Belém right around the corner, the next COP, and sustainability being a big part of my DNA. That's one of the books that I wrote. So in some ways, you could say Azerbaijan is a small country, but on the other hand, it's a very significant and strategic country in terms of where the world is going and the opportunities, and also particularly the stress and strain that AI is going to cause on energy systems. And so there's a couple of parallels when you ask me what should a small country like Azerbaijan do and think about, is of course is to look at your core capabilities and competencies against the backdrop of a lot of things that are shifting. I want to congratulate StrategEast for putting a forum like this together, Anatoly and team, because I think these kinds of conversations and having people come from different parts of the world and different expertise to connect and network and to really try to not get distracted by the political noise and understand what is the core mission of what we need to do as a global community. And so when we think about some of the infrastructure needs for the future of AI, and NTT, by the way, is number 3 in data centers, and data centers is a big topic, is to think about from a strategic capability perspective, how does Azerbaijan's capabilities and differentiation around energy really position it in a place of catapulting things forward as a nexus to the region. And by the way, I'm pursuing a PhD right now, which is a little crazy, but my doctorate is with the School of Computer Science and Engineering in Luxembourg. Now, I don't know if anybody's thought Luxembourg and Azerbaijan in the same sentence in that context, but there's an interesting parallel there, because Luxembourg too is population 600,000 during the weekends, and then during the week with all the people that come into Luxembourg, it's over 1 million, right? But still a small country. Another small country, and sorry, Luxembourg is also very significant because they're right next to Brussels, Belgium, and Belgium being the hub for EU, and Luxembourg being a financial cornerstone for Europe. Another small country that is significant is Singapore, right? Another key country that we have in our portfolio at NTT and NTT Data. So each of those countries, as small countries, are leveraging their core capabilities. So going back to Azerbaijan, energy rich, I think having a firm footing on the possibilities today with looking out to the future, because you can't necessarily rely on oil and gas because renewables and nuclear, the compounded annual growth rate of that is phenomenal, right? Between 2023 and 2033, it's going to be 90% growth in renewables. So thinking from a core competency perspective in enriching that, because the Middle East is, right? Saudi Arabia is famously looking at renewables and this is part of this is all to feed the energy hungry part of AI, which I experienced at NVIDIA. At NVIDIA, I was working on a GPU on a phone. And some of our experiments we were doing, you couldn't put your phone in your pocket because the phone would get too hot, because it's consuming, the GPU is using a lot of energy. So I think for Azerbaijan is really taking advantage of what you have available today to help catapult you forward. I think it's also about talent. I know there's going to be some discussions this afternoon about talent, and part of what I also think is really important is that it used to be that new talent coming in were people that need to be trained, and you have the senior executives that are looking after the newcomers, but in many ways you have, now there's this notion of two-way mentoring where the AI natives are coming in and the senior folks are needing to learn from them. And at the end of the day, there is going to be a massive shift in terms of the kinds of jobs that are going to be part of the ecosystem and the economy. But I think ultimately, being up here as a Eurasian and saying this to Azerbaijanis is finding that right balance and the ability to successfully pivot around this fulcrum of where Azerbaijan can have a greenfield opportunity, because that's really where it is. It's greenfield. You don't have a lot of the baggage that some other developed countries are going to have to overcome.
Cool, thank you. So what I hear is to focus on unique what we have and find the green space to go forward. So in that sense, again, back to the comparable markets, we're not like where these old technologies made like not the big markets like US or Europe or China. And then just recently we had anniversary of Academy of Science of Azerbaijan, where the Mr. President gave a speech, and he stressed AI as an important milestone for us to focus on. There are good side and bad side of it. The people who were listening to him were way over 60. But the good side is that this is the priority for the government. There is AI strategy adopted, and we are not producing it. So what would be your thinking on both public-private partnership in this area, and how our country or the region could partner with big guys like Google's, Microsoft's, and the rest, NTT, yeah, to develop this strategy that is adopted in order not to lose time inventing the wheel from the scratch.
Private-public partnerships are going to be critical, and one area in particular where I've been dwelling a lot of late is space and satellite. So I know Azercosmos is an agency here, and you have 2 satellites, telecommunication satellites that have gone up. You have ambitions to put Earth observation satellites, which is no surprise because of the geographic expanse of Azerbaijan and the infrastructure, especially around oil and gas and energy. And space and satellite is very difficult unless it's a private-public partnership, because it's capital intensive, there's geopolitical implications, defense and intelligence is a big part of the ecosystem. And when you look at different endeavors, and since you brought up Google, Pichar just mentioned, Google announced a couple days ago their latest moonshot, which really it's not a moonshot, it's a sunshot. Let me explain why. So Google just announced that they're going to be putting their AI chip in orbit on satellites, and it's called Suncatcher. It's called Project Suncatcher. And this was announced, I think, on Tuesday, and it's with Planet Labs, a publicly traded satellite company. Amazing group of people, by the way, Planet. And so and part of the push is this whole idea of data centers in space. And that's not, on the one hand, that sounds crazy, because when we think of data centers, we think of these huge, massive structures in space, but really the idea is having these very elegant distributed computing clusters in orbit. Meanwhile, there's another initiative with NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is funding a venture called StarCloud to also put data center infrastructure in space. And the reason why is because there's plenty of solar power in space. And it's cold unless you get too hot to the sun, to the sun. And the heat sink part is a very specific technology. So I think that one of the areas to look at is private-public partnerships in space. And as I mentioned, Google's doing some things there. NTT, we have a whole initiative called C89, stands for Constellation 89, which is our version of connecting a lot of our various space and satellite endeavors. We're working with Amazon Kuiper on their distribution. Amazon's trying to compete with Starlink, which is, yeah, so Starlink, okay, so Starlink has 8,000 LEO communication satellites in orbit. And so, Amazon has a lot to catch up on that. So, but in other areas as well, when it comes to sovereign domain capabilities, that's also where private-public partnerships are going to be key. And I do know that the hyperscalers, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, they're all really wanting to pay attention to some of the interesting politics that are happening right now, because all of a sudden, when you have American companies that have international presence, how do you pursue an agenda of sovereign domain capability, sovereign AI, all of that? So I think those public-private partnerships and understanding, and again, the balance to strike, and what Azerbaijan has an opportunity to learn from looking at, for example, US versus Europe in terms of regulation. So some of the criticism is that there's too much regulation in Europe and not enough in the US. So taking insights from what's working, what's not, is also an opportunity for Azerbaijan to work with industry to make that happen. But yeah, I'm a huge fan and big believer that those private-public partnerships in country, as well as with other ecosystem collaborations that you can enable, especially when it comes to data center infrastructure, because there's going to, like Spain is going to see a 30% increase in data centers over the next 5 years, right? Virginia, which is one state in the United States, their economy around data centers is $9 billion, right? So finding these public-private partnerships that are going to accelerate regionally, but also in collaboration with the surrounding ecosystem. And again, it's not just terrestrially, but thinking about the space ecosystem, I think is key.
Thank you. And maybe the last question. I'm ex-Microsofty myself, and I remember when our government discussed and kind of proposed to Microsoft to start data centers here back in 2010, 11, 12, every time they suggested, but never happened because of, again, geopolitics, unresolved conflict, tectonical things in our region. But then, as in Microsoft, the main lever for the company was how much you would consume it yourself, the cloud that will be built here. And that's why there's an idea. We are part of Caucasian region, Central Asian plus Caucasus, and then we're also part of Organization of Turkic States. There are 6 countries, yes, 6 countries in that, which are 4 in Central Asia, 1 here. So do you think we have more chances to attract the attention of big guys individually as each country, or as a wider market, being Central Asia, Caucasus, maybe Turkey, maybe Pakistan, in that area? Is it still about how much money would the host region pay to these guys, or it's beyond that now?
No, maybe one other thing I'll bring up, that for people that want to pay attention to some of the bigger, massive shifts that are happening, it's kind of like an earthquake where you don't feel the tremble until the shifts happen at the surface, is this idea of moving from electronic to photonic systems. Something called the ION Global Forum, the Innovative Optical and Wireless Network. So the idea is that we will be using photons instead of electrons to compute. And this is one of the waves that we believe are happening. The reason why I bring up IOWN, the Innovative Optical Wireless Network, it's not an NTT solution. IOWN is a global consortium. We started with 3 members 5 years ago. It was NTT, Sony, and Intel. Now there's over 170 members. And so I think about your question less binary and more about the design, system design. So even if you are a small player from a monetary perspective of level of investment or consumption or use, I think if you find how you strategically fit within a system design of how everything comes together, that is where the opportunity is, right? Because it's like a lever. Like if you have a lever that's long, you can lift considerable weight with just a little bit of a push here, but you have to find the right setup and spot to have that kind of leverage. So, you know, I know we've run out of time. That went by really quick, and it's not just because I'm jet lagged, but I'm just super excited, very excited for this region. And I think these kinds of discussions are absolutely necessary, and I really highly encourage everybody to stay curious and stay positive and open the conversations and don't get too distracted by noise of things, and to anticipate that there's going to be massive shifts that are coming up, and that we're going to be in a world where, you know, I plan to live to 120, so there'll be multiple generations in the workforce. I plan to still be working at 100. I don't call it working, you know, doing what I do, I suppose. So, but I just really want to thank you for your leadership, and again to StrategEast for hosting this very important forum. And I look forward to connecting with everyone. If you're on LinkedIn, you can find me there. Please reach out to me. I try to be very accessible, so thank you very much.
Thank you. We're already connected, so I'll ask you questions offline about the last response to my question. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
Chat, GPT, and Copilot were right. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. How do you say thank you? Çok sağ ol. Çok sağ ol. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, give it to me, please. And now, now we have to split, or no, we have to move from this room to hall number 2, which is behind the wall, because in this hall we're gonna host Startup Meet Investors section, and in the hall number 2 we will have another sets of discussions. So please welcome to hall number 2. So if you want to listen startups, you could stay here. No? So they're not allowed to stay, or? Yeah, sure. Okay. Good. Do you need?
Thank you, Emin. It's really a pleasure for me to be here after you. So good afternoon, everyone. Don't leave, because before startups, we will have first part of this session. So good afternoon, everyone, again. I'm Liga Merabishvili. I'm Regional Director for the Caucasus at StrategEast. It's really an honor for me to be here, to be MC of this stage for maybe 1 hour and more. So welcome to the next session of our Science Forum. This is Shaping the World with AI. And I'm sure you had a wonderful day yesterday and the first part of the second day. So good networking, maybe panel discussions also, and I'm sure you enjoyed with keynote speeches also. So the weather is not on our side those 2 days, but we have very good atmosphere in this hotel. And I just want to tell my story when I was first in Baku, and I hope you enjoyed with this beautiful town. So when I was first in Baku, I decided to come to these flame towers and take a picture, because it's one of the sightseeings. and put this picture on my Instagram. So it was Formula One time. The traffic was terrible. It was already late evening. And I jumped out of the taxi and walked to this hill. And you know, it's not near boulevard, it's kind of like uphill. I was tired, it was late. I put lipstick on my lips, was ready for the picture, handed my phone to my friend, and oops, suddenly the lights were turned off. And behind me only was like tall, dark building and nothing more. I was not lucky by the time, but I'm very lucky because I'm here today at this hotel. And I'm lucky also to announce great speakers before startups pitching. And I want to announce the first speaker, and the first speaker is, ladies and gentlemen, okay. The first speaker is currently the early stage startup lead at Google in London, while pursuing her master in international relations and intelligence at Harvard University. She focused on emerging markets and the ways innovation can harness for good. Prior to Google, she gained experience with organizations including Amazon and Dell Technologies. And now she leads in the Google Cloud ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming Clina Jordan. Stage is yours.
I think all good. Hello, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to be with you all here today. I have some slides, but they're not in this long form. So hopefully, do we have them? Dun, da, da, da. Brilliant, amazing. Thank you so much for the introduction and also for having me. It is an honor and a privilege, as I mentioned. So I'm going to be bringing us through a little bit of my learnings from both the practical side of what I do in my day-to-day job, that's working in Google Cloud, and then also bringing in some of my learnings from Harvard. Now, I really wanted to bring this lens in for the founders, so this talk is very much founder-focused, and I'm going to be leaning in on mastering local, but then thinking in a global mindset. And I have 3 pillars to do that. So, there we go. So one is going to be on positioning. Then we're going to lean into my kind of theoretical or academic side of the house, which is going into intelligence. So that's going to look into the data collection you're doing, both internally and externally. And then finally, we couldn't have a talk in tech without mentioning the one and only AI. So I'm going to be going into a little bit about how you can practically apply some of the AI applications that we're seeing today. So a quick note about me. As I mentioned, I'm a startup lead in Google Cloud. What does that mean? I work with a portfolio of around 500 companies from pre-seed to Series A, building out their tech stack. I work right beside an engineer, so that's understanding everything from their initial infrastructure, so how many GPUs they need, what GPUs they need, TPUs, etc., all the way up to their models. Then on the theoretical side, I've gone back to study. Those who know me and those who have conversations with me will know that I am passionate and a champion for the emerging markets. Started off in Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, specifically in East Africa, but now finding a lot of love for Central Asia that I'm very excited to explore with you today. And before I get started, I do just want to thank you all, both the team in StrategEast and Anatoly, for creating this incredible event. I really do thank you, and thank you so much for the invite. I'm honored. But then also for the people of Baku, Azerbaijan. It's just been the most incredible experience and really made me feel at home. So, speaking of home, where am I from? I'm from this really small island of Ireland. Ireland has experienced exponential growth over the past 40 to 50 years. So Rika mentioned Luxembourg. Luxembourg is just one ahead of us in terms of the richest country in Europe. But we didn't start off like that. So in 1959, we were in extreme economic depression, really high unemployment rates, and there was a plethora of reasons how we were able to obtain that exponential growth. One of those being how we were positioned, one, locally, then regionally within Europe, but then on the global scale as well. So you'll see companies like Google, who I'm working for, that's how I started off my career, Amazon, Dell, all coming into Ireland, and that's how we strategically positioned ourselves. And that's what I want to touch in on today. So in terms of the positioning, and what I want to talk about is really mastering local. So getting after the Azerbaijan market, becoming the market leader there, then exploring this incredible new opportunity of your regional market. So the ability to tap into this incredible customer base of young, accelerated digital native customers that you'll be able to go after if you are creating a tech startup that I know markets like mine, say in the UK, would only die for. And then looking at it from a global perspective. And what I really want to hone in on here, especially for founders in the audience, is we're not playing catch up to a global market, and we're not trying to go down from a top-down approach. It's really looking at, if you're looking at a global market, looking at it as you would a customer, and really trying to hit the pain point and then be able to accelerate from there. So I want to put a question to the audience. Hopefully we'll have a mic going about, but I wanted to ask for any Azerbaijanis in the room, any founders, what is it that you feel is your USP, so your unique selling point as a startup? Do we have any brave people? We have this thing in Google where if we don't get any volunteers, you get voluntold. So I'll be picking someone out from the audience, but if we have anybody? Yes. Yes, exactly. One more in the back. Oh, here we go, a microphone, perfect.
I'm Shafiq, founder of Invenex, a wealth management and investment platform. And our unique selling point is our proprietary market making technology that provides liquidity in private markets such as real estate or funds.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I didn't have that exact one down, but I'll definitely include it in the next one. So I did get one of those points. So one, I want to focus on your incredible human capital, right? If you're just looking at 3 of these data points, we're going to go in your median age, as I mentioned, a population that is extremely adaptive to digital, to change, digital natives, etc. Your population, this is incredible to have a 10.5 million population, using that as your lab, using that effectively to kind of test your product, scale your product, iterate, etc. And then, as one of my good friends mentioned, you have the 4 languages, right? So that complexity in the linguistic side of things, that goes really nicely into what I think your cultural superpower is. So looking in from an external POV, I'm going in mainly on the bicultural fluency, including linguistic, but also understanding the business acumen of both the West and the East and being able to be a middle point in that. My favourite point, and it's something that I think reminds me of home in Ireland when I come here, is your hospitality. It's just been the most incredible, hospitable environment to come into, so kind. And I think if you take that in your personal life and apply that into your businesses, especially with a point of view from a customer excellence and customer care, that's really going to be a point of differentiation. And then finally, the bit that I love about working with emerging markets is the resiliency. So seeing yourselves, if you're coming up with a problem, you can just go straight through it instead of, I know, say, founders that have been in the game for quite a while, and there may not be that same level of resiliency. So going now on to the regional opportunity. So doing a breakdown of the different countries within a potential regional market that you can go after. 155 million, and not to mention 100 million of those are under the age of 35. So if you are building out a tech solution like the ones I would advise on, your market potential is absolutely huge because you'll be able to go after those customers that are digital native and are able to really make use of your product and understand it. So this youth advantage is a huge advantage to play on. A quick summary of this is, so why is the regional market a perfect position for you to play? Again, you have the linguistic proximity, cultural affinity, you also have the regulatory alignment across the board, then payment integration with a lot of the fintech infrastructure that we're seeing. I've seen a lot of fintech startups. So that's only going to be evolving in terms of making this regional play a lot easier. The talent mobility, which is a huge point, and I'll come back to that. And then one of my favorite points, especially when we're talking about a go-to-market and scaling out your go-to-market, is the ability to lower your customer acquisition costs. So that's going to make a difference to the P&L and really be able to do shared media, breaking down the sales funnel and making really personalized messaging that's going to really be able to close a sale for your product. Now, on the last point of that circle, on the global sale of things, we're looking at mainly 5 different things, because I think the 6th point really encapsulates both of the 5 points. So on the first one, being a geographic strategic value. So if you are thinking of an exit and you've really maximized and capitalized on your local position, you're now a regional leader, you are going to be primed for one of the multinationals to come in if they are looking to do a market expansion, which I'm sure they will be, because hello, why wouldn't you? Especially here, I've gotten so much energy from it, so I'm loving it, and I'll definitely be telling more people about it. So you're the gateway for there. Then looking at cost efficiency versus quality, so 60 to 70% lower development costs compared to if you're looking at dev in the Valley or in London, say where I'm working now. Untapped market expertise, so again, understanding the duality of the Western and the Eastern market. And then even on the softer side of that, so understanding the business acumen that can really make a difference when you're going into the sales and closing side of things. Multilingual, multicultural teams, and a proven resilience. And again, to summarize all of those, that would give a really strong playbook into emerging markets. So to summarize, and I don't know if this is oversimplifying it, but I would nearly look at this as having your 10-year plan and working backwards. So if I was advising, it would nearly be like a pre-seed is going into your local community, or local credibility, apologies, mastering this market first, getting your testimonials, speaking to customers, changing your product, and making sure you get the right product market fit. Then at your seed, I'd be going into your expansion plan. So proving that you can scale is really important for the next trajectory of your growth. And I think if you have the market advantages that you would have being in a regional place, like I mentioned across Turkey, Central Asia, etc., and then basically you can go into either an exit, Series A, Series B, and continued on. So next up is pulling a little bit on my experience from Harvard. So it's very theoretical, but what I love doing is basically pulling in what I need to do every 2 weeks, which is effectively an intelligence evaluation, where we pull in a lot of different data on different geopolitical problems, things that are going on, and try to get as objective as possible. And then we apply that to a report. So that's what I like putting in, especially looking at a commercial standpoint, because when we go more commercial, the more subjectivity comes in. So the more objective we can be, the better, and the framework is so. So we're looking at our environmental scanning, a threat assessment, opportunity identification, resource mapping, and predictive analysis. Now, this is all fine whenever you're talking about it from a geopolitical standpoint, but if we reverse engineer it and go through it from a commercial standpoint, we're looking at similar things that we'd be looking at in a business plan, right? What's happening in the market, gathering all of the data, and again, being as objective as possible. Then going into your threat assessment, what is the biggest threats, i.e. your competitors, and being really honest with yourself in terms of where your competitors are locally, regionally, and globally. Your opportunity identification, where is that white space? The more data you collect in step 1 and 2, the more you'll be able to better identify that white space. And then finally, on your resource mapping and using that, so seeing where you're missing the gaps. And so on your last bit is the predictive analysis. Where is the market going and where do we want to be where that market is going? I have 2 bits of data here. This is probably the most boring slide, but I think it could be really valuable on a practical standpoint. So I'm sure you've all heard of PitchBook, Dealroom, Crunchbase. If I was in your position now and looking at attracting into a global market, I would be looking at what has been built already. So if I was going to do a data pull on a website, Bohurst is my favorite because that's what I use for my market, but you can get such intricate details and data points of when they raised, how much they raised, what they raised for, how many they've employed, et cetera, et cetera. And if you can find a business or even a group of businesses that are very similar to yours, you can nearly reverse engineer what they've done, reach out to founders. You can be really practical with the external information that you're gathering, and then kind of tracking it through these main bits. Okay, internal intelligence. This is my favorite bit. I also think it's the easiest bit to say and the hardest bit to do. So this is all about talking to your customers and really going out and putting something in front of them, most likely failing, and that's okay, and reiterating. So getting your hands dirty and allowing them to truly understand what is the core issue. So my favorite case study of this is from Airbnb back in 2009, when they realized that bookings were scaling down and they wanted to find out what was happening, right? So in this particular example, I want you to think of the scalability of this issue. So it's a huge problem. Bookings are going down, but the two founders of Airbnb had a very innovative way of going out, very practical way. They literally went door to door of both the customers and the Airbnb hosts, and they were asking all of the different questions and really finding the root cause of the problem. And that's what I want us to that's what I want us to really focus on. So they discovered that the picture quality was so bad on these ads. So obviously back in 2009, we didn't have the latest iPhone coming out. Maybe there wasn't great lighting, wasn't great kind of photography courses, I'm not too sure. But they found out that this poor quality of photos was decreasing trust, and therefore it was taking away from bookings. What they did, they hired a team of professional photographers, got the pictures up, and they scaled from there. Now, important thing to remember here, is that scalable what they've done, going in, taking pictures, hiring a photography team? No, but they were able to hit the nail on the head in terms of a customer problem and innovate from there. So I think people go at innovation at a funny way sometimes, where it's kind of this blanket, right? We're going to be really innovative. But if we draw it back, let's hit the core problem first and innovate from there. That's where you're going to be able to get your scale from. Some other ones, this is again, just if you're taking this deck very practically, it's competitor analysis, investor trends, global benchmarking, pricing strategies, how is your competitor pricing, whether it's locally, regionally, or globally. And then finally, looking at the unit economics, which is my favorite part of the puzzle. This is also just a quick note on, if you are going to go and do all of this intelligence as a founder, please, please, please, please, make sure that you're putting it all in a data room so that you have it in order to reference. If you are really serious about going after funding, having a clean, pristine data room is absolutely vital. So this is what I've seen included in them, making sure that all your signals are really going to show what your investors are looking for, and going from there. So next point, AI application, woohoo, our favorite part. So this is more of like my framework that I use in Google. So it's all about the process that we look at. So I'm looking at the input. So we heard before in the morning, and I'm sure you've all heard this before, but garbage in, garbage out. So making sure that you're taking all of that intelligence that you collected on the external and on the internal side of things, and making sure that you have set up frameworks, etc. I'll go into this now. Frameworks, etc. for the input. Then we're going into the process, which is my favorite bit, which is what I do a lot with the startups that I work with, which is going into the AI. We use Vertex for our kind of B2B offering in Google. I'm sure there's many other ones. And building out the frameworks of what an agent would look like. Then going into the output and repeatability, and it's basically just keeping that wheel turning constantly. So on part one, as I mentioned, it's putting in your external and internal intelligence that you've collected. One thing I'll mention here is that this should be dynamic. Your input should constantly be putting in data into the system. And that's where you would have this set up in the configuration of your AI agent. So we have a few different ones when we talk about AI agents, right? And they're the it thing to talk about, so that's why I wanted to include it. From my standpoint, if I'm looking at an agent, there's kind of two ways I'd look at it. You can have your B2C agent, so that's say you or I would go into Gemini is the one I use, but I've heard about this other tool called ChatGPT. And you can make projects or gems, and that's like, okay, I want something that's going to write a LinkedIn post for me every week, right? I don't know if you could, maybe that's an agent. I don't know if I would call that an agent, but you can go into Vertex AI, which is kind of like our AI console within our cloud. And I'm sure there's like Bedrock, I think, from AWS. And we have these frameworks that are built. So you have these agentic frameworks that are built out by Google DeepMind. And you can go in and say there's like a video editor, there's a CFO, a CTO, and you can start deploying these across your business. So bringing AI at scale to all of the humans within your business. And making it really, really practical, which is the point that I really want to hit home. 2 things to mention here is making sure that your connectors are connected, and wherever you have your data within your business, whether that's on Gmail, email, Drive, Salesforce, etc., making sure that those connectors are connecting so you're able to get that dynamic ingestion. Step 3 is the output. I think there's like 5 main things I come back to on this. 4 mainly. Where is this? Is it relevant? Is it practical? Is it contextual? And is it measurable? And always doing a review of that. And then finally, is it risk aware? So that's more if you want it for that kind of consulting or guidance into identifying potential failures. Now, on the last bit of repeatability, this is something that I always view AI as a dual degree, especially within business, right? Like I think there's the commercial acumen and the building that you need to do, and that really should be 80% of your work. The duality in the degree comes from the looking back and making sure that what you're building, both externally and internally for yourselves as a business, is going towards the vision that you want to go to. So coming back and just asking a few questions here. So if you're creating specialized agents, what are the frameworks that they have? Feeding the data consistently, that's what I keep harping on about, and it's really important if you actually want to leverage it for a real use case. Doing a review of that cadence, and then also building out your feedback loops. So folks, I think I'm well over time. I'm glad I didn't have a timer in front of me, but I'm definitely well over time. A few takeaways that I wanted to mention. One is, if you are a founder here, just please, please, please lean into who you are and what you are building. It has just been so incredible to see the energy from Baku and all the founders. So I'm really excited to see the pitches that are coming up and lean into that market potential as well in terms of who you're building for, and really gauge the excitement there. Second one is get your data from your customers. Go out, see if they like it. If they don't like it, change it. One thing that keeps coming up, and it's so, so prevalent, is just fail fast, learn fast, reiterate, and just go, go, go. There's nothing like the present, but I think the only thing that will hold you back in that middle point is yourself and the team. Like, I know there's so much in terms of support from the ecosystem, support from multinationals. It's just all about that resiliency and building that up in order to fail fast. And then finally, financial and data literacy, absolutely vital. Knowing your numbers, being able to defend your numbers, and really understanding that P&L at the bottom line, because that's what we all like. So just really getting that financial literacy isn't just for CFOs, but it's for every founder. With that, I want to say, Chuck Sagol to everyone. Thank you so, so much. If you want to connect, my name is Kleena Jordan on LinkedIn, or kleenaj@google.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it was Zor, as I know it's perfect in Azerbaijani language. And now our next speaker, he serves as a National Program Coordinator Manager at the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, with a strong grounding in SMEs finance and development in Azerbaijan and also across the region. He has been instrumental in designing and implementing support frameworks for startup ecosystems and enterprise growth under the EBRD's programs. So let's meet Samir Hamidov, who will talk about EBRD Start Venture, support to startups. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I would like to thank StrategEast, our long-term partner, for organizing this event. It's great to participate, and thank you for giving this opportunity for presenting our program. My name is Samer Hamidov. I work for EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Very briefly about EBRD. We have been in Azerbaijan for over 30 years. It's an international financial institution, and we have supported Azerbaijan with more than 4 billion euros worth of investments in projects ranging from strategic infrastructure projects down to financing production sites of SMEs. Our current portfolio is over 1 billion euros, and it's growing. So besides investments, today I want to talk about our support to SMEs, the section that I work for. Advice to Small Business is EBRD's program supporting SMEs, and we subsidize SMEs access to advisory services. We subsidize up to 90% of SMEs costs for advisory services, ranging from IT, digitization projects, marketing, organizational development, quality standards. So this program has been running in Azerbaijan for almost 30 years, and it's ongoing. So I want to use this opportunity to invite SMEs who are interested in advisory services to use this opportunity. And one of the often used services is digitization. For SMEs projects, implementation of ERP systems, CRM systems, developing or improving their websites. Electronic platforms are important, so we do subsidize a lot of such projects. Using today's opportunity, I would like to talk about our programs, focusing on development of startups. It's called Star Venture. Yes, so Star Venture is our program focusing on developing startups. If we can use the slides, it will make my life easier. Yes. So Star Venture is EBRD's program to support startups development. It's active in 26 markets. More than 750 startups so far have been benefiting from this Star Venture program. So what do we offer as part of Star Venture program? The accepted startups receive comprehensive business diagnostics implemented by University of Cambridge experts. Selected startups receive a limit of 50,000 euros to be spent on training, mentorship and advisory services. and they select the mentors, they select the advisors, local or international, and they select the local and international trainings that they want to participate. And the advisory services, again, can range from all kinds of IT development, as well as marketing, organizational development services. And we fund it. We fund 100% of these services, up to 50,000 euros for each startup. Besides, during the Star Venture program, our startups get access to world-class mentors, and they get opportunities to pitch in front of in big events, and demo days. They get to fundraise. Our specialists organize their participation in fundraising events. So far, again, the valuation of our of startups in our portfolio is almost 4 billion euros, $4 billion, and they have more than 600 advisory projects have been implemented, and our startups have received more than $157 million in investment after participation in our program. In Azerbaijan, this program was activated in 2022. We selected three members to Azerbaijan cohort. In 2023, we selected 5. In 2024, we selected another 5. And in 2025, we are selecting 4 members of 2025 cohort. The 5, you can see the startups that we selected last year, who are going through our program right now. These are Bompara, Hirpo, DMP, Miloy, Sprinto. If we invited them, I'm not sure if they are among yourselves. Here are some of the photos from the trainings and international events that our startups participated using EBRD funding. And most importantly, I would like to announce that we have a new cohort is actually is open, and we are still accepting applications until 17th of November. And I have with me here our Star Venture coordinator, Linara Aliyeva, who is coordinating this program, which I believe is a unique and unprecedented program in Azerbaijan. And I would like to invite all startups who are in need of acceleration support to apply. And the eligibility criteria are very simple. Must qualify as an SME according to EU definition, and if you are below 50 million euros in turnover, you are considered as an SME. It can be in any sector. Latest official annual turnover has to be less than 1 million euros, and the business must operate in one of the EBRD countries of operation. But the majority ownership must belong to Azerbaijani national, and the startup must have less than 10 years of experience. And if you have any questions, myself and our Star Venture program coordinator will be around. If you have any questions, we would like to, we would be happy to respond. And again, invite you to apply to our Star Venture program. Thank you very much. Thank you, StrategEast, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Now it's working. Now, ladies and gentlemen, pitching time for startups. It's my pleasure to introduce a distinguished panel of judges who will evaluate today's startup pitches. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the judges, Amy Peck, founder and CEO of Endeavor XR, a globally recognized futurist and strategist in immersive technology. Amy advises Fortune 500 companies, governments, and startups, and was recently named as one of the top 50 most powerful women in tech. Second judge, Ryan Wang, co-founder and general partner at Outpost Capital and managing partner at Solaris Venture, a cross-border real estate investor focused on frontier tech, AI, XR, and special computing with strong experience across the US and Asia. Fabio Lafranca, founder and managing partner of Blueverse Ventures, an expert venture investor in the metaverse and Web3 space, founding partner at Blueverse, partner to the World Economic Forum. Masoud Alisoy, investment associate at Sabah Hub Fund. Masoud plays an active role in evaluating and supporting early stage startups through Sabah Hub Fund, contributing local ecosystem insight and regional investor expertise. And Abdullah Al-Naimi, managing director at Doha Business Consulting, a Qatari investment professional with extensive experience in VC, assets, and management and startup growth across the Gulf region and internationally. And our sixth judge, İlkay Demirdag, co-founder and co-CEO of Energy Shift Capital, a seasoned energy tech investor and former private equity executive who now leads a firm dedicated to climate, tech, and systematic change through capital and innovation. Judges, thank you for your time, wisdom, and also expertise that you will share with the startups. And also I want to tell the startups, get ready to pitch and shine on the stage. I will explain how this session will work. Each startup will have 3 minutes to present their ideas. After pitching, we will have a short Q&A session from judges. They can ask the questions, and then all the judges will have the feedback to our startuppers. So get ready, make the questions ready, dear judge, and let's begin our startup pitch session. Big applause, please. So our first startup for today is Invent, represented by Shafi Amiri, who is CEO of this startup. Please.
Hello. I'll freestyle till then. My name is Shafiq. Nice to meet you guys. No feedback? Okay. I go on. So mine. Which one is yours? INVNEX.
Yeah, this is the one.
So before he starts, let's additional applause to him. Maybe he wanted this. Yeah, is it yours now? Great.
Okay, all good things come to those who wait. So $100,000 is essentially what you need to invest in private markets. Okay. Which is why we've built Invenex, where you can buy, sell, and manage alternatives and real estate portfolio with as low as $500. We've done 3 products. Our primary market allows you to invest as low as $500 in world-class opportunities. Our secondary market gives you a pathway to early liquidity in historically illiquid markets. And thirdly, UCIT is our treasury solution that provides you risk-free returns on your idle capital. Invenex provides access to diversified investment solution, whether that's a professionally managed fund or a direct real estate investment from around the world. Whether you're targeting capital gains, income generation, or both, we have the solution for you. We also have institutional services where you can manage your treasury or partake in our collateral trading network to maintain your daily liquidity needs. And that provides us a really straightforward business model across subscription, trading, platform, and onboarding fees. Now, security is a huge, is huge for us, and it's paramount, which is why we've created a bankruptcy remote structure that ring fences user funds and assets away from company funds. And this leads to a very seamless and a secure investment experience where you select an asset, you review the documentation, and then you confirm your transaction. So I'm Shafiq, founder of Invenex, and our team comes from Blackstone and BNP Paribas, where we have institutional capital experience and also operational experience building digital finance products for central banks and commercial banks. There are other companies in the market, and where we excel is the accessibility that we provide and our proprietary market-making solution that gives you on-demand liquidity. Which is why Invenex is at the frontier of innovation in finance. We bridge traditional finance with decentralized finance, and it's really an integrated platform that improves the relationship between investors and asset issuers. Our roadmap covers what we have done today, which is focusing on our license, increasing our assets under management, and issuing our own debit card. As of 2 days ago, we reached 4.1 million in assets under management since our launch in June, and we started raising our pre-seed round. So I welcome everyone to experience a new way of investing, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafiq. So now it's open the floor for the questions. Dear judges, please. You have there.
Thank you for that presentation. Can you talk a little bit about your customer and consumer, your investors, and is it the regulatory here that allows you to have these investments for unaccredited investors, and then what kind of education and protections are in place so that these investors who may be unsophisticated are protected?
As part of our the investment journey that a user or investor takes, we provide clear disclaimers, whether that's risk from the underlying asset, our technology risks. There are ample amount of disclaimers that we provide our investors. As for the regulatory part, we operate with a model that I would say it's ask for forgiveness later than permission first. So we operate under legal operations where we structure everything as SPVs. This is nothing new. Of course, there are certain classification with accredited investors that we have to follow, but as much as we operate with the investors that we market to, everything is done through private fund SPVs, and that's marketed only towards private investors. Of course, we would expand this to mass market, and we are in the process of getting our license in AIFC, Astana International Financial Center.
Thanks for the presentation. I think it's definitely a very interesting company and very interesting opportunity. A little thoughts and also maybe a little bit feedback as well. So you mentioned about 3 different products, right? The crypto side, the secondaries, and also the primary. For each of the sectors, it's a huge market, right? And in your competition slides, you also mentioned about companies like Securitize and how you are offering this as a one-stop shop while they have a lot of limitations on their offerings and their features. My initial response to this kind of pitch is that this sounds, I think the vision is great, but at the same time sounds a little bit greedy, right? Because each of the sector is a huge opportunity. While I understand that, hey, you want to offer a full stack solution to the customers, but then each of the sector, like crypto, is a huge market, right? And then from the crypto side, Securitize, for example, is already a multi-billion-dollar company. How are you going to gain your edge in that particular product category? How can you win over Securitize in the crypto market, for example, right? And what's your plan to win over the secondary market? What's your plan to kind of disrupt the venture capital ecosystem and become a majority player in the primary market? I think those are very, very big questions. Even if you can crack just one single sector, you are already a multi-billion-dollar company, right? I think so. In your presentation, I understand you want to show like a full picture, the grand vision here. But I think on one hand, I don't hear what's a special taste that you have, the Securitize or your competitors do not have. If you have anything like that, try to highlight that. And also, I think you want to show a little bit about the trajectory as well, right? Maybe like let's say, hey, we want to focus on crypto first, right? And when we have reached to certain milestones on the crypto side, then you venture into the secondaries, or when you reach some kind of milestones on the secondary market, then you get into the primary side. So that way, I think it feels a more realistic path for you to achieve your grand vision as well. So, yeah.
100%. And what I'd like to add there is that we don't operate in the crypto side. We have a crypto layer, but that's the technology infrastructure layer. As far as the differentiation between Securitize and Innovinex goes, Securitize focuses on the US market, while we don't. Obviously, you're well aware of the SEC regulations on exempt offerings, so we do not have that resource to be regulated by the SEC. However, our secondary market is a built-in feature. It is not secondaries that we would buy of an asset. Rather, it facilitates the transaction between two participants in the secondary. The asset classes that we focus on are real estate, and then very real estate adjacent funds or debt products. I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with all that. Can you go back to the previous slides quickly? I just want to make sure. No, the evaluation one, the last slide. No, the one after. Yeah, and the one after that. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand the valuation. You have a valuation of 4.4. I mean, that's just a little bit more than assets under management. What's the multiple going on with an asset manager these days. I mean, it looks like it's a 1x, but it doesn't reconcile with what you said, this being an amazing platform. So if it's amazing, it should be more than 1x, I assume, unless the current going multiple is 0.8, which I doubt. So I think you should rework your valuation here.
Yeah, 100%. Our valuation is based on de-risking for the investor. And part of the reason is that it is a nascent place, whether it's tokenization or how your colleague here believed that it is a crypto layer, right? So we are doing, we've taken this valuation just to de-risk again for the investor, not to pump up the valuation matching our assets under management. Although based on our trajectory, we will be seeing assets under management rising to 10 million by the end of the month. But I believe at this point, this is a fair valuation that provides the value to our investors and ensures that we do not dilute as much.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Now I think it's time for feedback. Dear Amy, can you just make a short feedback, 1-2 minutes, and then we will go to the next startup.
Yeah, I think my colleagues and I think we've talked about the things that we want to understand a little bit more. I do think on this slide, when I look at 600K as a pre-seed, I would definitely want to see some kind of use of funds, and very much to Ryan's point, you're tackling 3 enormous markets, and where is 600K actually going to get you, right? Is there going to be a shortfall in where your revenue stands today? I think it was a very, very good point too to tell the story of the primary, and that the secondary is within your asset group and your current investors, and then I would almost leave out the crypto piece. I don't know, you can chime in, because it's a boil the ocean startup, and that becomes a challenge, especially with the economics that you're presenting here. So if you're going to present this broad picture, the economics here have to meet that somewhere. So you need to show that growth trajectory.
100%.
Any other comments from my esteemed colleagues?
Okay, thank you, dear Amy, and thank you, Shafiq, for the great start of pitching. And now the second startup. Next we have Lilytopia, represented by Jamil Islamov, co-founder and creative and growth director. Welcome.
Hi everyone. On behalf of Team Lilytopia, I will share how we are building global children edutainment brand, first in Azerbaijan, then move to region, then move to global, as suggested by Cleona as one of the strengths of the startups in this region. So, okay, I'm Jamil, this one, and this is Ulvi. We are co-founders and old friends. Our journey started 20 years ago as roommates while we were studying at METÜ, Turkey. Even then, we saw the gap between the education system we grew up with and what we were experiencing abroad. We realized that magic of effective education isn't about strict teachers, but it's about giving every learner freedom of access to great resources. And we adopted this vision, and we spent the last decade making this vision real, both in local and global. Ulvi founded Code Academy and revolutionized education in Azerbaijan, graduating over 11,000 students. I built ABC Planet, now YouTube's one of the largest alphabet teaching channels, with 500,000 subscribers and more than 500 million views. And my mobile game installs passed 50 million globally. And also we gained leadership experience in government and corporate, shaping what we built today. And today, we're bringing not only our media reach and expertise, but our full-time, 11 full-time members into building Lilitopia. Together, we are building what we wish we had when we were kids. The children learning world with cartoons, games, music, toys, books, and etc. And we started to create what we wish we had as kids. And we have unified ABC Planet's YouTube reach and Anatoly, our local app's already existing preschool user base under the Lilitopia brand. And we are going to, when we are going to global operations and local operations, they will give us asymmetrical power, asymmetrical media and user acquisition power. And we are by the way, this is the recent news, and our app is live on Google Play, and we are US incorporated to which will enable us to expand globally easily. And when we talk about global markets, we are talking about global early childhood edtech market, which is 42 billion industry. And today we are raising 500K to complete building our products and prepare seed before expansion. And today you can join us into building Lilitopia, and your kid will learn and grow in a digital world you helped create. Either way, they're going to get benefit from Lilitopia resources as a subscriber, but today you can own a share of what's coming. Thank you.
Dear judges, please question.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very quick question here. For the ABC Planet that you mentioned, right? Is that your IP? Is that your channel?
Yes, it's my IP, fully owned by me, and
right.
I started it with my wife. My wife voiced these characters, and right now it grew this like enormous global reach, and it's actually the name of the alphabet teaching category. They say we are teaching alphabet in ABC Planet style.
Right. Got it.
It will be under Lilitopia brand. We are not changing the name because why should we? It's already have audience.
And I guess a follow-up question on that is that you have a very successful IP, right? 500 subscribers on YouTube, it's capturing tractions. Why do you want to switch into a platform at this moment instead of scaling on the IP side?
Let me tell you, because I have published several games with my team, mobile games, and I saw the power of gaming. Because when we talk about kids' life, it's not only about YouTube cartoons. It is different platforms for us, but for them, they're the same characters. They for example, let me quickly find out. For example, Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty is not just the cartoon for them. When they see the games, when they see the music by Hello Kitty albums, it is the same for them. And I want to cover all the hobbies of kids, let's say. Because I have a kid, 6-year-old, Maya, and I know that when she loves something, she needs to get the other stuff from that cartoon character. So Lilitopia is covering all life, everyday moments of kids, let's say.
And it's just right, so sorry, last question. So for this platform you are building, is it only based on your IPs that you have created, or you are also working with some third-party IPs and bring them onto your platform as well?
For now, we are pioneers, and we are going to create Lilitopia core app will have for now it will have 7 modules like alphabet, numbers, and we are building everything under this. And then first cartoon, all the MVPs by these products we will be creating by ourselves. But in future we have that expansion. For example, we are going to make in this region no global actors wants to come. The reason is this is a market with real language, this language is not even, whenever you do the Google search, I told Cleona that the power of our people is the ability of making Google search, making Googling in 4 languages. But this is necessity. This is how we survive, because we need to get access. Like these times LLMs helps us, but we need to do that. Because no global company like ABC Mouse or something like that don't do local products, because this language support is difficult. But we are from here and we can do it. And after, for example, ebooks and this region, when we do our ebooks, after a year, we are going to open it for the other people to publish their books as well. But someone needs to pioneer. This is us.
So, I mean, I think this is great, and I like the way you spent some time in the beginning, you know, telling the story of you and your success, which is smart. I think that's good to have that up front. But what I'm missing is, first of all, how this relates. Again, as Ryan mentioned, the YouTube and then your other 3 games. Are they educational games? You know, the mobile apps that you already have in market. Mm-hmm. But then, you know, what is the pedagogy of this new app, and what is the data that you're using to prove that, you know, your outcomes are better than other types of these learning games in this age group?
Cool, that's a great question. Actually, I think it started from my fear of raising kids. Okay, so I needed to make myself ready to become a dad. It took 7 years for me to finally understand that, okay, I'm ready. And in those 7 years, I built the resources with this ABC Planet. I told them, I taught how to, I started making content on how to teach alphabet for kids. Then I made some analysis, and I came up with the research methods like that helps kids learn the alphabet in the quickest way. This method, I don't know the name, but it is like one of the basic learning methodology of putting the objects to the matching shape. It's used on, like, I don't know, primates, like the apes, and the apes can also do that. Like this, I did that there, and then I built an Anatoly app in Azerbaijan. It has more than 100K installs right now, and it's Azerbaijan's best-rated kids app. And this is the way Azerbaijani people learn the alphabet. I know this method. And on numbers, or for example, we are using the researched methods. We are not inventing the method here, because although like I consider myself gamification expert, but I think that there are some methods that are already being researched, and we are limited by the technology. Right now we can do gestures on the screen. We can't do, like, for example, we can't do holographic futures right now, but whatever is possible, it is already being researched, and some like educational methods came up with. Okay. Now we are using those methods.
So it was more to also just, you know, when you're going to have a limited amount of time to pitch, that story at the beginning and you and your friend on the sofa with the failures, it's good, but I think you need to get to the meat so that we understand as investors, where does this platform sit with these other 2 assets, and then, you know, no, but I mean, just this is not even a question, it's more just a comment. But otherwise, I think you've got a really good story to tell. I think you need to condense it and then really hit the high points.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, do you have any other comments or feedback? No comments? One comment or one question?
Quick comment. God, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That presentation and the presentation before, they are way too busy. Like the slides are way too busy for this format. It's very short, so I know it's annoying to rework every time a presentation, but dilute to the essence the message. It should be helpful for us to understand it.
You mean like it's too complicated?
No, it's too busy. I understood, I think, most of it. It's too dense. There's too much information. Really, yeah. It's an elevator pitch. So think a conversation with an investor in an elevator, in a lift. And then what is exactly the message? And that's for the previous presentation as well. Let's see the next one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jamal, please. You can continue the conversation after pitching also. Thank you. So next startup is Bionida, founded by Elwar Agmaliyev. Please welcome.
When I start? Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Elvar Gamaliyev. I am the founder of the Bionida. Today, millions of the sellers in the worldwide, but only a fraction of them are truly digital. Every seller wanted to be in the online, but the journey feels impossible for them. That's not because their product isn't good, that's because the system and the process built for the tech experts, not for the everyday sellers. E-commerce has to be easy for everyone. That's why we built the Bionida. Bionida empowers 99% of the sellers who just want to sell online, not learn how to code, how to do something. No developers, no agencies, no friction, just pure growth. We have our main features in the Bionida, that's store customization, store management tools, AI automations, and marketing tools to we handling all problems, sellers' problems in the same platform. We have, in the global, platforms are too complex and too expensive to use. Our mission to make e-commerce easy to understand, easy to use, affordable, and all-in-one in same platform. Today's market is valuated around $4.2 trillion in the 2025, and today's online sellers spending around $100 up to $400 per month across multiple subscriptions. And we are positioning ourselves as an e-commerce growth OS. That's new layer between the storefront SaaS and AdTech. We are using the basically SaaS subscription model, and we are taking some commission from the transaction and AI add-ons and white label partner APIs. We launched in July 2025. Until now, even with the zero marketing spend, we generated 217 stores. And right now we are moving from the free model to freemium model, and also adding mobile support and full customization upgrade. You can see our team. We have a very passionate, young, and strong team. We are building Bionida. And also my co-founders, Zakir and Rashidin here. We raised around $60,000 in 2024 angel investment. Right now we are looking for the $150,000 in the seed round. Our mission to make e-commerce easy, accessible, and profitable for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's time for the questions.
Thank you. Same comments as the two previous presentations. There's way too much information. And I think if you go back one slide, I think that's your opening slide. You conclude with it, but I would open with it.
Which
and then the
one?
slide before that,
this?
The penultimate slide.
It's not.
So go to the last slide.
That's not working.
Yeah. Okay, don't worry. So what is your unfair advantage? I mean, it's very good. Congratulations on the traction and everything. E-commerce is a fiercely competitive space. What stood you apart? What is your moat? And how will you keep it once you go into marketing and once you go out there in the market?
Can I take question again, please? Because the...
What is your unfair advantage? Why it's a very, very competitive market, e-commerce. What made you succeed so far, and what will make you keep that success?
Okay, platforms are using different strategies. Our strategy is to putting all tools in the one platform. We are using AI-based store customization, image generation, advertising assistant in the same platform. We are connecting e-commerce with the ad tech in the same time, and also we are giving this affordable and easy to understand. Today's online sellers in the Azerbaijan, in the Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, this kind of regions, they don't know what's the online. They don't know Instagram, how to put the image and how to put video. We are making easy e-commerce for them, and also we are connecting all tools in the one platform. That's in the affordable pricing. That's a good choice to use.
You know, I would be careful that you really just got to talk about Shopify, right? Like my son built a Shopify store in like 6th grade, and he was making like $6,000 a month. So it's like you've got to talk about how you're easier than Shopify, you know, and what the economics are. And then, you know, where I didn't understand, and this isn't critical, I think you have something, right? But how are you going to reach all of these, e-commerce sites and these shops, and then get them onboarded? Because if they're not online and they're not already visible, how are you going to reach them? I think you don't have to answer even now, but it's something to think about.
Okay, I can answer now. Right now we are in the Azerbaijan market, and our system is basically free. The seller can use their phone and create their store in 2 minutes. It's something like that. And right now we are making a free for everyone. We are making door-to-door sales and using social media to reaching them. After that, collecting all the information and all the data, we are using this to take the free model to freemium model. In the freemium model, we will adding so many store customization and advertising AI functionalities to system. That's our strategy in the Azerbaijan. We are also using the affiliates for the other. I think I am the young. I have a power. I have an energy. I can work with the Bayanuda and make some commission from them. We are using this kind of affiliates also. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? One or last one? Okay. Thank you. So next startup is e-billet store. Thank you. Please welcome Murat İnsanov, CEO and co-founder. Please applause.
Hi everyone, it's Murat İnsanov, co-founder and CEO of e-billet store platform. E-billet platform aims to make a smarter way to manage events in more proper way, mainly focusing on ticketing and registration part of the events. And when an event is going to happen, attendees, participants, organizers, and many stakeholders, stakeholders have some issues, and most of them are common. What we are providing as a solution is some services like pre-event, during event, and post-event sections. You can create registration forms, agenda setup, target audience setup, networking app, and this is the most competitive advantage that we are going to provide in our platform. Ticket scanning and validation, you will not use any other hardware product to scan it. You just have to download the app, and on Android and iOS you can scan app and take the validation, and other analytics tools. So market opportunity for our platform, service obtainable market is 20 million, and the targeted region is Azerbaijan and Caucasus. So there are some design issues because I made it with AI. So in our free plan, you can use this platform up to 250 attendees, registration, email ticketing, basic analytics, and priority support. After that, we will implement 5% charge for each ticket you sold. And there is tailored custom plan. We set one price for one event, and you can do anything this platform you can. And here's the competitive advantage, some local and global competitors. And the best competitive advantage of us is networking app. If you have participated in Merge, you can use this networking app for other competitors. We will do it the same and with more functionality in our platform. So this is some metrics that we have done so far. We have done more than 250 events in local market. We have reached more than 1 million registration, and paid more. Right now it's actually 500,000, and we have currently more than 30 active organizers. So this year, this is our forecast, and for now we have done more than 75 thousands revenue. This is a roadmap. We are providing some payment providers like Payreef, ePoint, and we are trying to increase them like international global payment platforms like PayPal and etc. We will launch our marketplace and networking app in the next year. So we are asking for 50,000 US dollars. This is the some organizers that we work each year for different events. And here's our team. Our team is not so big. We are just 4 people. And that's it, I think. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for the questions.
Salam Murat. Thank you for the deck, first of all. You are brutally honest with regards to how did you develop this deck, like using AI and so on. It's obviously understandable. I'm sure that it was a necessary thing to do. Apart from that, I want to point out a few questions with regards to your company and this space. I love this space. And the reason why I love this space is that I believe there needs to be a disruptor, because as you would already know, and I'm sure audience knows that as well, there's a huge game tonight, which is Qarabağ and Chelsea. And just recently, I think it crashed because of the scale. So the first question is obviously, are you ready to scale? And by that, I mean your product. Do you think your product is scalable in terms of getting thousands of users in one day or in a second, maybe even?
Yes, we have many requests from iTicket customers that they don't want to use any more iTicket because it's not open to, you are not able to add any special features to iTicket, and you cannot use this service as your service. We provide organizer account and you can do anything you want there. And this crashing and fees is high in iTicket, so we are ready to scale in Azerbaijan market and in Central Asia.
So you think you can be an alternative for an iTicket, right?
Yes, definitely.
That's good. Let's talk about this later as well. And apart from that, I want to understand your ecosystem game too, because with regards to events marketplaces, the main play is always building an ecosystem around your marketplace. It generally applies to every industry, usually. And I'm sure you already are very well familiar with Ticketmaster and the ecosystem that they have developed. You might call that as a monopoly as well, but we will prefer, for obvious reason, calling it an ecosystem. So do you have any embedded solutions on top of this as well, at least in the future, like any fintech game or something else as well?
No, we don't have this kind of solution for that platform. One of the gap in our platform is marketplace, because everybody asks about it. For the next year, we will have it. Additionally, we will have networking app. So one of the main purpose of event is networking, but people somehow is ashamed or they don't enough time to meet everyone by one-on-one. So we will provide matchmaking in that networking app. You will find who you want to find at each event.
It's good that you have already mentioned the networking app as well. Are you familiar with Baku ID, the event that we always do every year?
Yeah, this year we provided our registration service for Baku ID.
Amazing. Let's try the networking app as well, and let's see if we can actually work together after this.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masoud, for your feedback, and thank you for the presentation. Now, next, we welcome DMP, represented by Arif Khalaf. Please applaud him.
So hello everyone, my name is Arif Khalaf and I'm here representing DMP. It stands for Digital Material Purchasing, and we are in the field of procurement technology. So firstly, let me start with our vision. So at DMP we believe that there is a vast amount of untapped value in procurement, which can be only unlocked with AI, automation, and analytics. So let me firstly introduce you to the problem itself. So imagine an oil and gas, energy, telecommunication company, and according to our stats, big energy companies, for example, have 2,000 of suppliers, that's one of our customers, just in the region they're operating in. In order to make their procurement process smooth, they have to integrate their SAP with the website of a supplier so that their buyers can enter with their login password, create a shopping cart, and send it to their SAP. And doing 2,000 API integration is a big waste of time, resources, and much more. And it's actually impossible job to do. That's why currently they're doing it with only strategical suppliers with big amounts of purchases. So at DMP, we stand as a single integrator for all the procurement stakeholders, such as manufacturers, customers, and suppliers. And that's not only solving the API problem, there is a bigger problem hidden inside of it. So imagine, in the first case, without DMP, you managed to do 2,000 API integrations, but there is still one problem remaining, and the problem is that the same item in customer's database and in supplier's database can have different descriptions. And when in this case, I show here some MacBooks or Apples, and it's simple to understand, but when it comes to pumps, gaskets, and so on, it leads to so many wrong orders, wasted money, wasted time, and big, for example, energy enterprise can't afford to waste time because time equals money. So we call it an e-catalog. So basically at DMP, every item, as I shown here, has single description, manufacturer, attributes for every item. So everything that comes from suppliers or customers, it's going through our gate of AI, which is basically cleansing the data, going to the web, finding the actual 100% true information. So our e-catalog is a single source of truth for all stakeholders. And after doing it, as I said, the untapped value of procurement. So we have 4 modules, starting from demand planning up to contracting, basically covering end-to-end procurement process using our e-catalog, because the item starting from demand planning, that's when the engineer creates a demand. He says that the pump is broken, we need to replace it. He sends it to sourcing to the buyers. Buyer already knows what item he's talking about because they're living these problems always currently. Then benchmarking and contracting. So let me talk a little about traction. So up today, we generated around $250,000 in revenue. We raised around 700K. We have 4 service contracts. Our biggest customer is BP in Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey region. We currently, just yesterday, started participating in one of the tenders, and hopefully the number of contracts will increase soon. So here you can see our team. That's our board. These people who own the domain knowledge in procurement more than 20 years, people from startups. So we have both in startup and procurement domain knowledge. Thank you. And I forgot to mention, most important, we're raising 1.6 million on 15 million valuation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much. So first of all, your picture is not in the team. Why? So what do you do?
I'm in charge of business development and growth. I'm currently not in the presentation, but yeah, that's in
You just mentioned you are raising 1.6 million, right?
Yes, I'm raising.
Against which valuation, 15 or
15 million.
1.5. How did you get to that valuation?
That's a good question. Actually, the numbers you see are the current contracts and customers. They may be not enough for the valuation we're giving, but in this kind of tools, our life cycle of sales is around 6 months, and we're currently in talks with big amount of potential customers.
Let me cut the question. Did you get that valuation from a third party, or you made it yourself?
We actually raised under this valuation.
Raised against this valuation?
Against this valuation.
Okay,
yes,
so it was
private investor. That was an angel. But yes, we raised. Yes, so yes, that's not our valuation.
So what you're doing is great. I'm not saying no, but why do you have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to the catalog? Why don't you use HS catalog, for instance?
Why don't we use what? Sorry.
HS catalog. It's a worldwide catalog for everything that has been shipped or will be shipped or has been shipped in the past.
Nice. We currently in our e-catalog we're planning to use this. Of course, all the third-party tools.
No. It's a simple. I'm talking about logistic businesses. Okay.
Yes.
So I invested in logistic business since more than 20 years. Okay. And one of the businesses that I invested in was doing that catalog. So this catalog is a worldwide document used by any custom officer worldwide. So it's called
Is it used
HS.
by manufacturers?
Say again?
Is it used by manufacturers?
Everybody. It's called HS catalog.
Okay.
It's produced actually by the American, let's say, custom office, and it's a worldwide document accepted everywhere. So if your stuff is posted over there, that means you can ship it.
There is still one problem remaining because the engineers inside the companies are using their own language to describe that.
So that's what I'm saying. So that for the shipping purposes, when they want to ship stuff cross-border, they use the HS catalog for that.
Oh, that's great, but we still have to match what's written in HS.
That's what I'm saying. Is that maybe you have to look into it, because there's always a challenge. Like we had that challenges even when talking, like calling our clients in the past, telling that, for instance, we need the light, and then they find out there's a difference in the manufacture between light, bulb, string, whatever.
Yes.
So it's always, that's why I'm asking you, have you thought about looking into the HS catalog? That's one of the things. You know, raising 1.6 million, what are you gonna use it for?
Part of this, actually, not all our modules are fully developed for now. So the contract module is finished, benchmarking module is finished. We're currently developing the demand planning module and the tendering process of the sourcing module. So half of this money will be spent to our development, and another half will be spent to marketing, business development, hiring account managers.
That's all I wanted to hear. So just for you and for the other gentlemen who produced that, you don't need more than 5 slides usually.
More than
you need 5 slides to present yourself.
Okay.
One, you need to tell us about the problem, your solution, your team, and the business plan and the ask at the same time. Like again, what my friends over here said to everybody before you, there's too much information and it's too distracting because you're taking us into journey like a storytelling, and the counter keep counting again. You can be more prepared. What you have is interesting, I'm not saying no. At the same time, it could have been done much better. I know that you have something because you have good traction at the moment.
Oh, much.
And I would like to see a better presentation next time.
Thanks for the feedback. Thank you.
Please.
Well, thanks for the presentation, Arif. Have we met before?
Probably, yes.
A year ago?
In GITEX or...
Okay, we have met a year ago as well with DMP, I think.
I remember, yeah.
When did you join the team?
3 years ago.
Oh, 3 years ago.
I've been in a meeting with you.
Okay.
Yes, with you and Orhan, I think.
Yeah, exactly, yes. Just one final question from my side would be, I think, as far as I remember, and also from your deck, BP is among your customers, right? And you're generating almost 200K revenue. How much of your revenue is concentrated into BP?
Of this money?
Yes, like all of your revenue.
80%.
80%. Okay. So I remember it was quite similar percentage a year ago as well. Do you plan to make your revenue sources more diversified, or?
Yes, of course. Of course we plan, and we're currently in talks with this one's not confidential. We're in talks with Rio Tinto in Mongolian office. We're also started talking with Qatar Energy and local oil and gas company. We currently participate in tenders. Unfortunately, this one's confidential, but yes, but as I said, our life cycle of sale is long, and it's taking time.
Well, good luck with the sales cycle.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. And finally, we are close to end, and we have only one startup left. Please welcome Ali Aliyev, who is the founder of LuHive.
So, hello everyone, my name is Ali, and this is our product, LuHive. The communities are the backbone of the human history. So they are the leaders and leading to innovation and spark the progress. But they have some problems. The problem is the community managers use fragmented tools to manage their communities and gain insights from them. And from the member aspect, they have to look for qualified and verified events and communities in a distracted world. But at the end of the day, we need data, and we need a single source of place where you can get the data and make data-driven decisions about your community. So here, what our product does. For the managers, we give a dashboard for gaining insight, analytics, and conversion rate, and they can manage their own events, announcements, and the posts. And they can also leverage our AI-based notification system, smart notification system. For the members, we are offering a branded, simple, and bento-style page where they can use it as a single source of truth, and they can find all the events, posts, and the announcements related to that community. For everyone, we have an Exploring Hub where you can just search for the community you want, or you just find the community that's related to your own taste. So the opportunity is huge. There are actively 5 million communities over the globe. And we are planning the business model as B2B SaaS subscription with a freemium core, with free pro and enterprise plans. And the market value for now is $1 million USD for the year on the global. And we are planning to release our MVP in 3 months with our pilot communities. And at the end of the year, we are planning to expand beyond the Azerbaijan market. So here is the competitor analysis. Maybe you know Circle, Luma, or other social media managers. What makes us different is we are more focused and simple than they are. So this is our team, which is built for this product. We have designers, we have product developers, we have software engineers, and we can also have marketing researching. And we are seeking for 10,000 manat of investing in the exchange of 15% equity stake. And we are going to use this money for expanding our team and working on the features from software side, the AI integration, and of course the marketing and advertising expenses. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for the questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I want to understand a bit more your revenue model. I use Luma quite often. I do events myself as well. What is the, why would I use your platform? I didn't really get that. What is specific about yourself compared to the other platforms? And what is your revenue model?
So you are saying you're using Luma? Oh, okay. So the question actually related with the why. I mean, we offer the events managing, but this is our just one of the values. So the Luma's why is creating and managing just events. Yeah, you can now create communities on them, but they're focusing on the just event managing. But what we are focusing here is a community itself. I mean, the communities just don't need events, they also need announcement, they also need maybe posts, and they also need engagement. So if you just, let's say, if you just find a community, you will just look how this member is engaged with the community. It's the quality of these communities. So we help communities to build this qualified system. Okay, maybe you will have notification system in Luma as well, but we are planning to making AI-powered smart notification system. So let's say if you join a community, you will have you will get the change logs of that community, but in a smart style. So the big difference is just lie about the why. They're actually focused on the events part. We are focusing on the community part.
And what's your revenue model?
So this is our revenue model. So we charge for communities, and the joining is free for the members. And for the pro, and we have like freemium core, and at the pro plan, we will give our magic for them, like advanced analytics, AI-powered smart notifications, and of course custom integrations with other tools.
Any other question or comment?
Yes, just one final comment. I'm sorry, what was Ali, thanks for the pitch. Can you show us the fundraising slide again, please? Yeah, this is quite common in emerging markets, especially in our region, Central Eurasia, among the founders, of course. 10K ASEAN in exchange of 15% equity might kill your next round, or you might lose control of your company in the next rounds. So please be careful about that with regards to how much equity stake you want to give. Usually at this stage, it's recommended to give, I mean, maximum 20% of your company at pre-seed, but obviously not in exchange of 10K ASEAN. It shouldn't even be 1%, ideally speaking. But again, with regards to technicality and so on, let's catch up after this pitch session as well. I will explain in detail why it might create lots of problems in future and even might create problems now. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? Okay, thank you. So we can conclude our pitch session. Thank you to our jury for the comments and figure. Please big applause them. Thank you for the founders. And thank you, the audience, that you listened to us, stayed here. And now we'll dessert coffee. I'm sure you need to refill with your energy. So coffee is outside, coffee break is outside, and thank you. See you soon.
ask a couple of... Yeah. It's okay, we'll have, after the event, we'll have a little party with us. Take you to...
The town apartment is close by, but I live seaside, so I have to drive some. You live by the seaside?
Must be nice to live by the seaside.
Much better than
seaside house. Do you wanna... Do you have kids? One kid. One daughter. How old is she? 11. 11. You don't look that old.
No.
Yeah.
And she's late child.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. So she's in grade 4 now. 6. 6. Okay.
You?
No kids.
Not married?
I'm married, but no kids yet.
Good. Take your time. My life is before and after.
Okay.
It really changes everywhere.
Yeah.
Not just like time-wise or, I don't know, resource-wise, but mentally. The day that thing happened, that
Does your wife work as well?
She was working, she is not working for the last 2 years, but before she was working. It's not about logistics. Yeah, logistics change dramatically, but the way you feel yourself and the responsibility. One thing to be responsible for the family of grown people or the parents, and then there's someone who does nothing without have full responsibility. That is mentally, it's like wow. Now is the thing. You have to.
That's tough.
Yeah, but then the pleasure of it.
I understand. Yeah, but you know, I have some friends who had kids, and I feel like after they had kids, they became even more energetic. You know what I mean? Because they have like a motivation now. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if we men, like without family, without kids, I mean, one suit, one. Dear guests, we are starting another discussion with our guests, one of them. Mohammed Ridwan is co-founder and CEO of Pluto. I haven't checked you on AI because we met online and we discussed a few times what we are going to talk. But I believe AI knows good things about you. So we will discuss deepfake and related technologies. We face that. We faced it everywhere. We faced it in Azerbaijan for maybe last 3-4 years. We see advertisement or deepfakes related to politics, to economical things. Even our sponsor had deepfaked Pasha Holding. People were invited to invest in Pasha, which Pasha had no connection with. So we know, and now recently we see deepfake or AI-generated content, video content of great quality. And what is important for Azerbaijan, with the support of Azerbaijani language, the dialects, so it becomes better and better. Now, with that in place, and the topic is the battle for truth, what do you think we should, where we are in the battle for truth?
Right.
Well, thank you very much, Emin and Anatoly and the team at StrategEast. I first wanted to thank everyone for inviting me here today. This is my first time in Baku. It's been fantastic to be here. Look, just a little bit about myself. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Pluto. We're a global fintech operating across UAE, USA, Saudi Arabia, Canada, and a few other regions. But today's conversation is not about Pluto. It's about deepfakes. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up is that 6 years ago, I had joined a very small startup in Toronto called Dessa. And Dessa was a AI and machine learning infrastructure company and one of the leaders in the space in Canada. And back then, what we did was we started working on deepfakes for the first time. And we took content from a famous podcaster, many of you guys may know if you're from America, of Joe Rogan, and replicated his voice to the point where every single part of it, for example, if I'm talking slowly now, if I'm taking a breathe in, breathe out as I'm speaking, or if I'm speaking louder, all parts of it were replicated one-to-one to the point where 9 out of 10 people listening to the voice were not able to tell which one was the fake Joe Rogan and which one was the real Joe Rogan. Now, that took us almost 6 months of engineering work, of PhD researchers to be able to release. But today, as me and you are sitting here, we can walk outside, sit at the Fairmont lobby, grab a coffee, and just hang out, and I have my iPad with me. And even with the few words that I have said so far, you can replicate my voice end-to-end immediately with $10 a month, right? From an online app store product, right? So the reason I bring this up today is because, we have interacted with government workers, we've interacted with tourism industry operators and many others, and there's several implications of that, of deepfakes across government, securities, banking, and others. And I'm happy to dig into that to be able to tell you some of the latest developments that we've been seeing. One of the key things that I have seen in the latest battle for reality that we're talking about today is that when we think about deepfakes, we tend to think about audio, video, and what you see when you're scrolling on your Instagram or your Snapchat, etc., the content that you see there, right? But deepfakes right now are actually being worked on in a more broader case. So historically, companies had to battle with fake expense receipts, fake invoices for money laundering purposes or other things. And this was a very common use case that people used to use Photoshop or others to be able to do that. But that now has become way more sophisticated with the latest technologies like Google's VO3, where you can now make a receipt or invoice, showcase it from different angles, right? So you can show a receipt that is crumbled, you can show an invoice that is handwritten, right? And it looks as if a camera took that picture. So that manipulation has become so difficult to tell, and we are seeing cases of that happen within companies where employees and others are submitting fake documents architected from various angles using deepfake tool to be able to get money out of the company and other places. The other big thing that I'm seeing these days is in insurance fraud. So this is something lesser known, but what we are seeing in companies is that in various insurance companies have been reporting is that there are people who are now bringing fake CT scans, fake x-rays that look ultra realistic, right, with their characteristics to be able to add it for insurance scams. That is a very, very common thing that is happening. So altogether, over the last few years, from 2023, when some of the early deepfakes were coming up, to right now, the stats are pretty significant. In 2023, we had about 500,000 approximated deepfake content in, over the internet. In 2025, it is reported to be about 8.5 million right now of deepfake content across the world in the internet. So you can see the rise is really exponential, and the impact that we have for governments and others is something really we need to be concerned about.
That's pretty scary, I would say. What deepfakes can do now what they couldn't do when they started doing it. So, because now even I'm questioning almost any video I'm seeing. Even funny videos are not funny anymore, because you don't know if that's a real cat does the thing or that was AI. So it's affects a lot of things. It's not only the financial or organizational or, I don't know, political things, but it's also affects our how we feel about ourselves, how we perceive the things that we see. So what is new in deepfakes that you monitor?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you're completely correct in not trusting anything that you see online, right? I think that's generally a good strategy to have right now. But I'll talk about some of the latest developments that we have seen. The first big technological change that has happened is the fact that back when we first started, it would take, say, 10,000 images and several hours of video to be able to replicate a voice or others. But Microsoft's latest model takes 3 seconds of your audio to be able to turn it into a replicable voice, right? That's number one. Second part, when it comes to video, Google's VO3 allows you to be able to take a single image and turn that into a portrait that can be animated, right? Those are examples that you see online that are very common, and that's one of the biggest changes that have happened. But the thing that is the most scariest to me right now, and what we are most concerned about, is tools like Expression Camera. Expression Camera is something that many folks here may not have heard about, but if you go online, you can actually purchase it for about $100. It's a little camera that you put on top of your webcam, and what it allows you to do is in real time, it allows you to change your face, change your clothing. So if you're wearing shorts on Zoom, you can change it to look like you're a presidential candidate wearing a suit, right? It allows you to give the image of somebody else and replicate that image, all live streamed. So that means that I could be on Zoom right now, I could be on Google Meet, and I could be pretending to be somebody else. If you were in the last conversation with Waleed, Kate, and everybody else, Waleed actually mentioned a really interesting case here where a managing director in Hong Kong was scammed out of 25 million USD. And how did that happen? The managing director went on a Zoom call with the CFO and a couple of other executives, but all of those executives were fake. They were all using face swaps and others in real time to be able to do that. The second big thing that we are seeing with this rapid rise is that when it comes to banking ecosystem, so at least in Azerbaijan, you have the SIMA, I think it's called, that you have the SIMA identity verification. In the UAE, you have UAE Pass, right? But in many other countries, banks, when you're taking loans, they still require you to just come on a Google Meet or a Zoom call to be able to get that approval going on. There's been a recent case right now where someone took a popular celebrity's pictures from Instagram, found out which bank they operate with, called the bank to be able to request for a $250,000 loan, right? They went on the call, pretended to be that person, and then eventually got that loan. So in terms of technology, just to summarize what you're saying on the big changes, the first part is that this is now easier than ever. It's now faster than ever. The latency is really, really low, right? It's now much harder to detect these things because not just the fact that the amount of content has increased so much, but also the fact that deepfake content is also being promoted in various kind of social medias. So you can see OpenAI now has the Sora social media where all of the content on Sora are deepfakes, right? So it's being much harder to be able to tell what is real or not because of all these rapid changes that are happening.
The fear and scare doesn't go down while we speak. But what can we do about it? Or we, meaning everyone, governments, society, technical companies. Is there any approach to that? I heard about the attempt by the big guys like Microsoft, Facebook, Meta, and others to work out the way to communicate between each other about the content generated by AI. So is there anything that we could and should do?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think before we go into the political or the government approaches with it, I wanted to give one or two more examples of very serious use cases of deepfakes that we have seen happen recently. You may have heard that the ex-prime minister of Pakistan is in jail, Imran Khan, who is in jail. The last election that happened was actually won by him from jail. And the way this was done is that his team replicated his voice and his video to be able to create a grand speech that had over 5 million views on YouTube and others that was sent as part of his election campaign. So pretty crazy to see that, not just the fact that we're using deepfakes for entertainment, but it's the fact that real government leaders are using that as political information. In the last US election as well, there were many content that was posted that were clearly fakes, right? And because of that, the US enacted an act that says that any political content that uses any kind of deep fakes associated with it must specify that this is a fake video, right? So that being said, this is just few very small examples of how serious things can be. We're also seeing attacks happen in very subtle ways. So without naming names of different countries and governments, there are one government who is a directly opposing party to the tourism of another government, and they compete with each other for tourisms, right? And there's always like this tension between them to be able to fight for tourism. What we saw is that there has been recent content being posted on Facebook and others where people are scrolling, and it's deepfake content to showcase something negative about that other country, but that is not true. For example, they're showcasing that somebody's getting shark attacks on the beach, that some of their beaches are polluted, right? Or showcasing the fact that if you are in the street vendor, somebody is stealing your things as you are a tourist over there. So there's actually things happening where there's political misinformation that is being spread by other parties to be able to do that. So when we think about protecting from deepfakes, to be honest, I'm less hopeful about direct protection. Okay, we do have deepfake detection technology that has been worked on in various ways, but deepfake detection technology has some severe key flaws. You see, the thing is, when you are working on deepfakes, your theoretical max of deepfakes is getting as close to reality as possible. When you're working on deepfake detection, what is your theoretical max? There's no theoretical max for detection because that's reality, right? Deepfakes, you can go as far as being as close to reality as possible, but deepfake detection, not as much, because you will then say that everything is fake around you, right? So there are deepfake technologies that are being developed to be able to detect it. It's not as reliable. It's kind of like antivirus software, right? Yeah, always behind, right? It's always going to be behind. It's never going to catch up with it. But what we are seeing is really interesting ways governments and policymakers use and enact acts to be able to do that. So, for example, in the U.S. is a really good example of this. The U.S. has passed an act that forces, a federal crime. It becomes a federal crime if you create like mature content using somebody else's deepfake, and you can sue them for that. So that's a really big development that has happened recently. We're also seeing countries like Estonia, who are combining deepfake technology with blockchain for any kind of official government communication. So if you have a very serious government communication that needs to happen, the recording usually goes through some cryptographic inputs to be able to be verified that this is actually the real person speaking on the other side. So I think I'm just going to summarize there. When we think about like protecting ourselves from deepfakes, there's usually like 3 different ways that I like to think about it. First is in the government policies, right? The second is on the deepfake detection technology. And the third is the collaboration with the platforms, right? So we're seeing if you create content using Sora or VO3 or any of these tools, there's watermarks that are being placed in various places. Now, of course, you can always get rid of the watermarks. You can use open source technology, right? But by being able to collaborate with them and labeling fake videos as fake videos by these platforms, which are enabling mass distribution, it allows us to have one more step towards protection. But at the same time, like I'm a bit more pessimist about the future when it comes to deepfakes and some of the content that we see. And I think it's going to require real government and policy intervention before we can have some serious progress there.
Thanks for that notes. And I can give you an example of, it's not about deepfakes, but it's about collaboration with big platforms. I'm working with TikTok here in Azerbaijan, and I know the process how government officials or government entities report certain videos to TikTok because they are violating their conduct of rule of conduct or local legislation. And it requires local authority some efforts to prove, I'm not talking about deepfakes, it's about regular videos, right. To prove to the platform that this video is violating something or it's not true, etc. So my point is that it requires an effort to prove to the platform, because platform has their own rules, so their openness, I don't know, they protect the right of users, etc. So this contradiction of the right of the users and the right of the, I don't know, regular people or officials or celebrities, that there is a contradiction which itself makes the things not easy. Right. When we add there a deepfake or quality deepfake, I'm guessing now that how this platform will evaluate without technical means, just to check it and say immediately this is deepfake or not. So this battle is not, it does have technical facets, but also it has some regulatory side, policy side, that should be agreed not only on the government level, but by the big platforms that are storing or sharing or making available these videos. So there should be an approach that is accepted by everyone, yeah, who have goodwill, and then only these joint efforts could do something.
100%. Like, you know, what you said is actually really interesting, which is the fact that what you said was that your content guidelines needs to be solidified before the platforms can say whether this should be allowed or not, right? And what we are seeing right now, some new technologies have come up, LLM technologies, that essentially what they do is, so platforms like TikTok, Facebook, etc., they have thousands of people constantly doing content moderation. So they have their guidelines, they're sitting down, they're watching content on a random basis, saying, yes, this is allowed, no, this is not allowed, etc., right? What has happened recently is that we are seeing some new tools come up which take the context of the business, context of the country that you're in, context of the law of the country that you're in, take all of that and automatically detect that, okay, this content should be allowed in this country, but this should not be allowed in this area because of the content guideline. So this is actually a really interesting use case of LLMs that we're seeing, where instead of black and white, you know, yes, no, you can now take the context of the world that you're living in to be able to approve or disapprove content.
It's also about cultural differences that we also face. Thank you very much. I don't know how do you feel now after this session. I don't feel much better than before. But thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your time. Thank you for visiting Azerbaijan. We discussed that there are many things, many places that you should and will see probably. And thank you for this session. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you very much.
And now we continue with our last two parallel sessions. One is happening here in this room. It's the rise of the Azerbaijani IT sector from natural resources to algorithms. That's one topic. And second topic that is happening in the hall too is digital literacy and skills in public sector. So depending on your interest, you could choose the room to stay or go. And now I want to invite to the stage. Yes, we ready? I want to invite Fidan Mirzaeva. Chairs. We're waiting for chairs. Okay, sorry. Geçsin. Değişin. Böyle. So let's have a 2-minute break before we start. Good evening again. Let's start. I would like to invite the moderator of this session titled The Rise of the Azerbaijani IT Sector from Natural Resources to Algorithm. The moderator of the session, Fidan Mirzaeva, from Innovation Specialist at Pasha Holding. And the speakers, Yuri Antanyuk, Vice President, GovTech and Public Services, EPAM Systems. Valery Krasovsky, CEO and co-founder, Sigma Software Group. And Dr. Fuat Kerimov, Regional Managing Director of Exola, Azerbaijan. Fidan Hanım, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, dear speakers, for joining me today. As you know, the following discussion will be most likely the shift from natural resources to algorithms. So in order to kick off discussion, my first question will be most probably addressed to Yuri regarding the EPAM services and their large-scale work with public services and as well as GovTech. So Yuri, what do you think, which public-facing service in Azerbaijan would actually signal a shift to a knowledge economy? And what do you think would be the capability in order to make that trustworthy at scale?
Thank you, Fidan, for the very interesting question. And thank you, audience, for giving chances to discuss this. And I would like to say that if you're talking about government services, Azerbaijan is in a very good situation. As many companies and many countries around, by this time, many countries already have online services, and some have very successful mobile services, and people using, like in Azerbaijan, digital documents, can do kind of like register cars, etc., etc. So talking from a general coverage, I think that countries already very successful, and Azerbaijan in this list. But when we're talking about knowledge economy, I think that it's very difficult to say this is a knowledge economy. I'm not talking that other country has this, but when you're talking about knowledge economy, it's not enough to digitalize, to make services online. It's much more difficult case which you want that your citizens, your users will be kind of educated and prepared to new life. And especially with coming AI to this landscape, definitely knowledge economy services is much, much cheaper than just take almost mechanically paper service and move it to online to some web portal or mobile. I would say that I don't know good cases where knowledge economy is already existing and open it for citizens or for users. Still, there are some examples in Singapore or in Estonia that when people already starting to use government services not only to do some routine procedures, but change their life. One of such services, I'm not talking that I kind of like push it to Azerbaijan, but one of these services could be online education, but not in sense how we just see in this. I know that, for example, in Azerbaijan, there is a very good courses online with Coursera, for example. I am a big fan of Coursera. It's one of my online sources where I'm taking some knowledge. But I'm not talking about preparing online or providing online courses to citizens. I'm talking about to building ecosystems, how young kids or young talents and even their parents can understand how they can build education trajectory and how to get some advices from this online service back to these people. So it should be two-side road. If you want to be knowledge economy, it's not enough just push knowledge to audience. It's not enough to say, okay, you will be Java developer, you will be accountant, you will be some administrative clerk. It should be two-way knowledge that people and users should give feedback, and this feedback should be adapted and transformed. So it's kind of like, in my ideal situation or case, I would say that each user of knowledge economy should have personal assistant, tutor, coach, fitness trainer, etc., etc. Like, we have to build ecosystem around the person, and this is what I would really will be glad to see in Azerbaijan. I hope that some startups who were on this panel before, they kind of looking into this, because it's not coming from a government. It should come from innovation. That's probably too long answer, but I am a big believer into this.
Thank you so much. And I think that's an important aspect that you have highlighted, because education is one of the key fields that is actually driving tomorrow. So what you've mentioned is something that we should take into account as well. So thank you so much for that. Once we have highlighted the services, also to touch upon the productized solutions that are taking place right now, my question will be addressed more to Sigma Software and how they're enabling the progress from engineering services to more productized solutions. So in that case, my question will be addressed to you, Valery. Based on your experiences that you have, what do you think should Azerbaijani firms and in general firms should do in order to become more of an export-ready solutions for from the start, from the very start?
Thank you very much.
I think, oh, that works now. Thank you so much for this important question. I can share an experience from our company. We have a UK holding working in 19 countries with a couple of big R&D centers, and the biggest one is in Ukraine. We also have in Poland, in Romania, in Uzbekistan, in Brazil. And we also investing into product solutions. I think we have made the first investment in 2008 together with our client, who actually came to us and said, I have to stop the development because I'm out of money and I need like 1 or 2 months to raise the money. And we said, why don't we invest into your startup and keep the team working? And he raised the money and he sold the company in 1 year. So that was the first successful case when we started to think about product solution rather than only IT services. And also, it's not only my experience in terms of our Sigma Software business, but also experience of Ukraine as a country. Our IT services industry started to develop like in 90s. The first company started to appear like in 1993, 1995. We started our business in 2002. And you get a lot of knowledge about how international business works when you receive the service requests from different countries, from different business domains. And you start to learn what is interesting for Volvo, for Daimler, for Scandinavian Airlines, for startup solutions in America. And you start to understand the business better when you are working on the IT service requests. And then out of that experience, I can tell you that, for example, in Ukraine, we have a lot of founders who has learned what kind of gaps they could see in different businesses. And they started their own companies. Quite a few of these companies already became unicorns. Sometimes we don't even know, and people don't even know that these startups became unicorns, that they are from Ukraine. I can give you a few examples, like Grammarly, GitLab, People AI, Ajax Systems, Preply, a lot of different companies. And in order to start thinking in that productized way, again, you have to learn what business really needs from you. I can also tell you one interesting example when we started the venture builder in our company. It was, I think, 2018. We got the service requests from one of our clients, a company called Hearst. It's a big publisher in the US, which owns such magazines as Car and Driver, Cosmopolitan, etc. And as a publisher, they obviously have a website with a lot of users, and they sell the advertising space on their webpage. And sometimes this space is being stolen online by bad actors, and some strange banners are put in instead of like real advertisers, like banners like "you will win iPhone" or "you will gamble something," etc., etc. And they asked us to identify those guys and remove them. And we found out that on the market there are no product solutions that really helps publishers in a systematic way to track what is happening on their websites and remove these kind of bad actors. So we started a product company and like raised some money. And then in 2023 we have sold it to big American security company called Human. And I was also one of the co-founders. And that sounds really simple when you put together your 5-year experience of creating and selling company during like 1 minute of speech, but obviously that was a very interesting path with a lot of bumps and difficulties. But I think that this is really, you have to be connected with the real business challenges. And if we try to map it to Azerbaijan, for example, so you have a lot of big businesses, especially in the oil industry and gas and fintech. And speaking with these clients and trying to understand what kind of challenges they have, you could really understand what kind of products this market and other markets might be missing. And again, what I would like to underline that currently we can see a really serious switch in the service business worldwide. No one wants to develop solutions from the scratch. Obviously, there are a lot of platforms available, a lot of products available, and customers and the clients and big businesses, they want to decrease their investments and really calculate what brings them money, what can make them more efficient right now, not in a few years. And that's why it's very important to see into product solution, into the platforms when you try to solve customer challenges.
Thank you so much. So one aspect, to summarize a little of what you said, I believe we should analyze the market itself and analyze what are the problems that are needed in order to identify the solutions that are efficient for them. But you've mentioned a point also in investing into startups. So my question would be, how do you assess the startups and what makes a good investment for you? How do you assess on which of the startups is the right one to invest in?
The answer could be really, really long. I will try to make it short. We actually have three venture vehicles that we use to invest into the startups. And the first one is Sigma Software Labs, which is like our corporate venture arm, and normally we use it to invest into our customer products. And that's always the same. You have to believe in the team, and you have to believe in the team, and you have to see the traction, and you have to understand the team will be able to change the way they will see that this kind of idea doesn't work on the market, etc., etc. So, and when we are supplying the services to our clients, it's quite obvious that if we also believe in the product, and that's good for the investors to see that we are, as a supplier, believe in them, and then that brings actually more security for them and more security for the investors. But that's one part of the story. We also have the vehicle which is called Seed Venture Partners, which we have started 3 years ago with a couple of co-founders. We have already invested into 32 companies, deep tech companies in different areas. And the way how we choose them, the strategy, there could be different strategies. If you are an angel investor, you need to have like, I don't know, maybe 150, 200 plus or even more investments which are really properly selected to be able to catch a couple of unicorns out of that. So being an angel investor, it's extremely difficult to catch the unicorn if you do like 10, 15 investments. So that's why we also invest as we have built the right image and even if it's a buzzword, smart investor, but we are trying to be a smart investor, helping our product companies to reach out to our enterprise clients, because what product companies, what startups need, they need money and they also need clients. Maybe clients is most important, right? So we are helping them to find the right clients, and when we see the startup, obviously we, first of all, for us it's important to see that there are right CEO and it's not the solo founder. He needs to have a couple of, maybe one, maybe more co-founders. That's extremely important. So they can be most important roles like strategy, sales, and technical role. So team is the most important, but if you're speaking about like later stages, like round A, then obviously that's about the traction, and that's about the industry we really understand. You know, like Warren Buffett said that he's investing only into the businesses that he knows, that the same with us. So if that would be something like completely different from what we understand, that we don't do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So Fuad, to highlight some of the Exolo's perspectives and the way that they intersect payments, global compliance, and gaming together, how could those kind of open international opportunities for Azerbaijan's IT sector? And what do you think would create the first move to make that happen?
Yes, thank you very much. So if I scroll back a little bit as how Exolo came to the market, the story starts in the beginning of last year, in fact. And firstly, it was domestically empowered when Innovation and Digital Development Agency decided, let's move local studios, local gaming studios, to the largest events like GDC, San Francisco Games Developer Conference. And me and my fellow business partner, we were running Game Summit. It's an event which has been for the last 4 years uniting the gaming studios, the players, investors, and other businesses, so to round the overall entertainment, because gaming is just part of the entertainment industry, but there are more to that. It's a music, it's a movies, there is a digital movie, AI-generated content. So, and that's how we actually personally met with Exolo founder and the team. So they saw the interest from the Azerbaijan community, they saw the interest from the agencies, the state agencies, and decided, let's go to the region and see the interact with the community. And I think that was a right decision to go through the local players, local game studios. And in fact, our entry position was, let's do incubation studio first. And let's sponsor a few events. There are different events that Azerbaijan can be proud of. For example, Exolo first time as a guest this year as a sponsor was in Merge, and when we say in Merge in the region, that's already signals how serious the country about innovation. So, and we're looking forward for the next Merge ensure that we can bring more content and speakers from our industry, not just from Exolo, because there is a lot to offer to the region in general. So we started with participating in an event, sponsored 3 last year, already 5 this year. We successfully conducted incubation studio, and we saw that there are dozens of gaming studios who can actually participate and present their products on a global arena. We started partnering with the Ministry of Digital Development on building up the gaming academy. And apart from that, which was highlighted also yesterday, is decided, okay, we have skill set, we have interest, we have a government support. Let's consider on something big like Research and Development Center. So now, what does the Research and Development Center is? Firstly, it fits certain processes within Exola, but I think most importantly, it signals to the global gaming community, and it's again, players, studios, publishers, investors, that Exola has made assessment across the region, and there are great destinations in Central Asia, in Middle East, but they decided after necessary due diligence, but again, most importantly, interacting with the state agency, with the large corporations like Pasha Holding, some other, and seeing that there is a local support on the ground, so we can actually partner with the broader community. So I think that how we plan to empower local game studios, and bring publishers to Azerbaijan who will invest, market, and empower local studios. So this is a long game plan. We started only last year, registered this year, and we already see certain return on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So as we have had the broader picture now, perhaps it would be better if we go more into to take a deeper dive and look at the executables and actions. So one thing that I would like to highlight, one important aspect that we all know is AI and how it is rapidly changing the world, how some cannot even keep up with the pace that is currently happening. So my question will be addressed to you, Yuri. How do you think, based on the experience that you have, how should ecosystem and government agencies kind of set the digital rails in order to have the startups as well as the agencies not kind of start everything from the scratch, but actually reuse the components that they already have across different sectors?
Thank you. And frankly speaking, we can talk about AI till end of the panel. So unfortunately, we just have like 10, 15 minutes to answer on this. And I would start from a little bit different angle. Why we need AI at all? So many people talking, we live in AI bubble, it's all fake, it will disappear. It's kind of like, I know in my company we have 60,000 people across the globe, many of them kind of like, it's fake, it's not working, I can do my work like as I am expert, etc. So it's a huge different opinion across the globe. Do we need AI? You know, that kind of like, it's even some fear, we will be destroyed, we will be slaves, etc., etc. But I am looking differently. You know that the whole world, the whole universe exists because of one bubble. It's the most popular cosmological theory, which called the Big Bang. It's not a movie, it's not a series, The Big Bang. If you look in movies, you like series, I like as well. I look over all seasons. But it's real scientific theory which calls that universe, stars, we, animals, everything exists because of this big bubble, which started like exponentially expanding. It reminds me how AI started. It's growing like crazy. The pace is the biggest what we see in our history. And then stars appears. I mean, OpenAI, Anthropic, other guys. And then it will be kind of like some agents, like people. So we can talk a lot about this. I think we should look positively what's going on. I am a big believer in AI, and I believe that all ecosystem in Azerbaijan, in a region, across the globe, it will much more different than what we have right now. I was talking in my previous answer about this personal assistant, personal tutor, personal fitness coach. It's not possible without AI. You cannot use standard technology and give personalized advice. who can remember you, who can care about you, who can think like you. So that's, I believe that startups and all companies and all across the world should put as much as possible effort. I am really happy that Azerbaijan is doing this way. I was talking with government representatives, they buying GPUs, they building right now Rex AI factories in Azerbaijan here. So we will have chance soon to use services based on AI, LLMs and all that stuff. So that's, I believe, it's kind of like very, very huge success. But, always exists but. It will not work if we don't educate people. I mean, all people, not kids. I mean, all of us. Because, okay, I am kind of less close to 60, so I can be relaxed. Okay, I don't care what's going on. But I should care, because it will change how I am buying, how I am learning something, how I am going something. And for kids and for young talents, it's much even bigger change, because we're telling now that AI will kind of like take everything. But we had similar fears. It was 2000 .com crash, like it was 2008 financial or real estate crash. Now, okay, AI will take. No, AI will not take. AI will take those who are not adaptive, those who don't care. And they, yeah, it may be that something kind of like not very good happening, but we as a community, as a government organization, as a universities and business, we should work together to bring out value from AI. And this is what I see, this answer on your question, that all startups, all organizations should consider AI not just as a tool, because I hear many from people that, oh, okay, it's just new tool. It's like new Excel, new Word. No, it's not. You know about these waves, right? It was 2022 chatbot, like GPT, Gemini, etc. Then it was RAG, retrieve augmented mechanism to kind of get more knowledge out of the sources you have. By the way, Notebook LM is my most favorite tool. I can kind put books and talk like with teacher, not from general understanding, but from specifically from that books which I'm interested in. But it's not stopping. And third wave, it's about agents. This is what I'm talking about, personal assistants. So I believe that all companies and startups and organizations should look into AI agents, because this what we will have in a very, very close future. That each of us will have chance to have kind of like personal assistant or personal tutor. And this is how AI work in reality will be utilized and will be developed across organizations. But it's very difficult, and nobody success on this. And we definitely need more hardware. We need more electricity, you know, all this race. So a lot of obstacles. But obstacles or problems, it's things where startups come in. So the standard recept, Valery knows this even better than myself. You should take one problem and solve it. And AI is standing a lot of problems. All kind of like problems, morals, problems was kind of using this against people, and problems technology, energy, climate, etc., etc. So it's a huge opportunity for all of us. And I believe the audience of StrategEast is also will benefit out of this. So I probably pause and stop on it, but really I am looking for very, very bright future with this. Thank you, very good question.
Thank you so much. Thank you for highlighting the pros as well as the cons that AI is bringing within. And another aspect that is also one of the important aspects that is kind of the base for all the organizations, which is the human capital that we currently have. And my question will be addressed about, Valerie, what do you think turning into those local pipelines, what do you think should the local pipelines stand as in Azerbaijan in order to raise the firms and give them the chance to work with the internationals? How do you think that they should be built in order to make that happen?
I think that, thank you for a good question. I think that you should have probably a quite good internal market. And you can start from there. As we discussed previously, you have very well developed financial sector, oil and gas industry. And if you start working with these clients, you could probably bring this knowledge later on to other oil and gas sector companies outside of Azerbaijan and bring this knowledge that you could incubate within the country and perhaps even with some products. Sometimes we think that everything in this world is digitalized. That's not true. Many huge companies even now are using Excel sheets. And that's why we shouldn't underestimate the huge market for digitalization. And I really do believe that you should have the support of the local big businesses to try to innovate with the entrepreneurs and then bring this knowledge outside of the country. And obviously, I would like also to comment a little bit regarding AI as well. That's like the part of the name of the conference. I actually think that it's also completely agree with Yuri that we need to adopt it everywhere. And as CEO of NVIDIA said, probably some of the job will be taken by AI, but definitely a lot of jobs will be taken by those who knows how to use AI. We started to adopt AI in our organization horizontally, probably starting from 2023, very actively. So we started with teaching all our personnel, not only software engineers, but also administrative personnel, how to use prompts. Now they develop their own agents that they are sharing within the organization with other departments that they could be more efficient as well. Obviously, usage of the copilots became the commodity for software engineers. There are still the few clients that restrict using AI, we know why. But I think that will be changed as well. We probably remember the time when many organizations were afraid of giving out the data to the cloud out of on-prem servers. And now that's a really strange question. Are we afraid of giving data to the cloud? Yes, we are, but we couldn't do anything with that. So we just have to follow that. Regarding the bubble also, I think we had this dot-com bubble in the year of 2000, but it hasn't stopped the development of the dot-coms. And the same, I feel, will happen with AI as well. The question is how much money the investors into OpenAI and other big companies will have to wait until they are profitable, because all of they are losing a lot of money right now, and only one company is winning. And you know which company is that? That's obviously NVIDIA, because they are selling computing power and the chips and everything. They are very happy about that, of course. And by the way, I also found out that myself, a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking with ChatGPT about creating some Word files, etc. And I received very strange answer on some of my requests. And said, are you really sure you'd like to make exactly this file of these columns and this kind of data? And said, yes. Okay, wait a minute, I will do that for you. And they see that it stopped. And I said, okay, are you doing anything? Oh, I'm sorry. I will do it right now. Can I ask you a few other questions? So they actually started to tune the models to avoid people just playing with files, because that really put a lot of pressure on their computing powers. And people right now, they are really using that to play, to do some interesting investigation and things like that, but that doesn't bring any money. So they started to put some restrictions on that. But that obviously will be changed, and I think that even if, and I'm quite sure that it would be a certain crisis in that, but obviously that's really the bright future, and we should be very, very active not to miss it in our businesses.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such a valuable input. And before we proceed with you, Fuad, would you like to add anything also on the AI perspective, maybe from the field of gaming and payments, if you would like to as well?
Yeah, sure. So I guess it definitely empowers everyone. I mean, if you go back, every time there was a breakthrough, whether it's calculator, Excel spreadsheet, the Google, and now AI, did it shrink some jobs around? Perhaps. I mean, if you go back, the calculator, the term calculator was a job title in 1930s for statisticians come sit down and basically add up with a pencil some standard deviation things. And then it's evolved. I mean, no one even remembers how it all started, and which is fine. I guess it definitely a good strength. We use it big time. I guess as a professor in university, I got certain concern that students may abuse that sometimes, play with that, and you can feel that the answer sometimes coming out of artificial way. So perhaps I just hope that it's the first wave of student piloting, testing, like all we did. But at the same time, as the dust settles, we will see the great benefits of this. So it will be, as Yuri also mentioned, like a personal advisor in a way, who can get actually good tips. So I totally welcome that change. We have to embrace it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Also, another point, now that we have touched upon human capital and AI, as you know, as you look at Baku as a connection point for gaming and payment, what do you think, what could be the chance, and how should we plug in local teams effectively into that network in order to make it work?
Yes, thank you. So that's one of the major missions we have for the region. As I mentioned earlier, we have conducted the incubation program, and many local studios have really good product. But to have a good product and to be able to market it is a different story, because they are great artists, they're passionate about their job, they're proud of their job, but once we connect them with a publisher, once we connect them with an investor, they sometimes need a better support. So the certain phases of the incubation program is designed to ensure that they know how to monetize it, because otherwise it's just a hobby, but we want to turn it into the business. And there are already few success stories just this year, who already demonstrated revenue turnover of 7 digits among the local studios, but it's just the beginning. So this is the incubation program of the existing studios. That's number one. Number two is our plan to take the local studios to the global events that mentioned earlier and equip them with the necessary information how to sell that product, how to produce it. Xsola's value proposition is not in game design. It's in helping them to monetize it globally. So there a game that Azerbaijani kids that written can be localized in Brazil, monetized in European Union, ensure that the compliance are checked, whether there is a taxation, it could be VAT sales tax, different languages, different age limitations, because a game is like, as in many other entertainment areas, has a certain restrictions from country to countries that we take on. And this will be our input into the development of the studios and taking them to the global arena. And last but not least, we're really looking forward for Gaming Academy to open, where we will ensure that the local talent grows and they team up in the studios later and they become our future partner, future customers who can then help to support globally. So this is how we envision that. And this is we've already done in other countries and now plan to do it for Azerbaijan.
Thank you. Just once you mentioned the value proposition, one question came to mind is that, as you know, Turkey itself is one of the leading gaming industry giants in the region. So as they position themselves like that in the market, what do you think it creates for us, some opportunities or some costs that it will happen? Maybe there will be a chance for regional collaboration or connection. What do you think on that point?
The market in Turkey is fantastic, especially in mobile gaming. And they have done a great success, especially comparing to the most recent growth rates. And for us, it's first of all, take into account our close ties and collaboration over the years. This is also, in general, the rise of gaming industry draws the attention. And not many people even know that gaming on its own is, as a revenue, global revenue, is around 200 billion, probably by the end of the year. And it's more than filming and music combined. So the success in Turkey makes us proud. We work with many stakeholders there. And for talking about the Azerbaijani market as well, this is a good case for learning as well, because in our incubation studios, we had also the jury members, the mentors from Turkey who actually shared their experience, who help to local studios to access that market. And we only see the positive trends from that, from our cooperation, and to the broader region, because there is a great potential also in Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan. So these are the markets that are emerging, and there is a big gamers potential over there from the player perspective and future to the studio developers.
Thank you so much. Thank you for such an insightful discussion. As we wrap this up, we've touched upon some micro elements. And just as an overall picture, I would like to ask each of you to add upon your kind of perspective on this. What do you think, in general, should be the first steps that should be taken in order to accelerate from resources to actual algorithms to make it happen?
If only one thing I would select, I would say education. This is what I believe absolutely needed for everyone. I mean, not only for kids or students, for everyone. Without education, it's not gonna happen. But when I'm telling about education, it doesn't mean that we should go for 5 years course in university. No, it's kind of like bite-size learning. But we have to be passionate about education. I mean, learn, unlearn, and learn, and use online, not just for scrolling thousands of videos, but to each day learn something. The more you learn about this new world, definitely about AI, and not only about AI, it will exponentially bring your career and change your life. So I am a big believer in education, and we as EPAM coming to Azerbaijan, we will be doing educations for hundreds and hundreds of students and young talents who wants to be new modern engineers, not just coding, but new modern engineers. So that's how I see it.
I would compliment on education. I agree with Yuri, and I can tell you that, for example, we also have an educational wing in our company. We have Sigma Software University, which is smaller than Yuri's company is doing, but we are targeting specialists who already know something, but they would like to excel their skills in something else. Like, for example, being a great senior Java engineer, they would like to learn data science or like AI or cybersecurity from the experts in the area. And this is what we are already bringing to Azerbaijan from our country. We already conducted quite a few courses with quite many people actually last year, and we would hope to continue that. But if choosing one really important aspect, I'm always saying, like, if you would like to run a successful project or successful initiative, the first right thing, you need to have the right leadership. And I can see that you have this here. You have your head of innovation, you have a great team, and I think the right leadership for every strategic initiative is the cornerstone to make it successful.
Yes, thank you very much. I join my fellow panelists on their thoughts. And to add is the tone is always set at the top. So as we can observe from the reforms, and we are a proud member of Technopark, and that gave us a lot of flexibility in hiring more, in investing more. And on the top of that, we hear more and more about digital part of the GDP that is, by the way, this ICT, that's the rate, the percentage of the information communication technology revenue is now double-digit growth comparing even to non-oil sector, across the non-oil sector. So that's another plus. And of course, they investing into the people, because it means the formal education, universities, academy, but even employees who we hire sooner or later may find a different career. They can go to banking sector in Azerbaijan, they can go to state organization, and it's still fantastic because overall the industry will go, they will be our partners, they will be our clients. So it's turnovers that makes us proud as well. So first the reforms and the government support that we've been observing for years, and that also was one of the decisive factors that come because the environment here is super friendly for investing in that respect. And the second is growing the talents. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again for the insightful session. And please give a round of applause for our esteemed speakers. It was an honor to moderate you. Thank you so much.
And now we are waiting for the rest of the team to join us from the other room for closing remarks. We need 10 minutes of yours. Please don't leave. Please welcome Anatoly.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Unfortunately, every good thing's come to its end, and we need to wrap up our forum as well. And this year, we see that the forum was not only an opportunity to introduce Azerbaijan to newcomers, those who visited Azerbaijan for the first time, but also those who used to be for all these years part of the regional ecosystem from Central Asian countries, from Georgia, from Ukraine, Moldova, and also to bring the global thought leaders who serve in their different capacities as advisors in different funds, or they run their own investment ventures. But what's important for us here is that we succeeded to come together to strategize. And for us in StrategEast, each discussion panel is, we call it mini working group that works for 1 hour, but generates brilliant ideas that we'll bring together in a printed version as well. And we'll share it, I believe, in up to 1 month. Keep it as a promise. We also are grateful to our partners and allies who supported us the Ministry of Digital Development and Transportation of Azerbaijan to Innovations and Development Agency of Azerbaijan. Here we have with us Inara Valeyeva, who was actually the head of this agency, and we started our collaboration with them last year. And the many things that we are developing this year started with Inara. We have also here Google, Ernst & Young, we have IPAM, we have also Pasha Holding, who actually was the main supporters of this event, and we're happy working with them, and they perceive them as one, if not the key stakeholder of digital innovations in Azerbaijan. We believe that many of those interactions that happened during the forum will keep and will be well maintained by those who came to be with us in those 2 days. And we'll be happy to keep in touch and to see what we could do more for Azerbaijan and for the entire region of Central Eurasia. But I believe that Azerbaijan is able now, with the right political will, to become the gateway for international investors and innovators for entire region of Central Asia, Central Eurasia. And StrategEast would be happy to facilitate this process and to be the, as we always are, ecosystem enabler. Thank you so much for coming, and see you next year in the next city. Thank you.